while there is video evidence, allow the jury to take a break every 60 minutes. Also, the courtroom is somewhat warm. I plan to address that also. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
You can bring the jury out, please. Counsel stipulate, please.
Yes, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few matters to address. If you have noticed, you will notice that the courtroom is fairly warm, and the court does not know what the temperature is in the deliberation room, but if it becomes too warm or too cold, just indicate to the court that the temperature needs to be adjusted. Secondly, because we are going to hear more video evidence today, what the court intends to do is take a break every 60 minutes rather than taking the regular breaks at 11:15 and 3:15. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Maybe 1 moment, please, Your Honor.
Morning. You may be seated. Thank you. Thank you, Kimball. Are we ready, Attorney Felsen?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
1
Thank you.
moment, please. I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Detective Kimball.
Morning, sir.
Detective Kimball, where we left off yesterday, you had testified that you had an opportunity to interview the defendant subsequent to June 2nd, 2019. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What date did you interview the defendant?
It'll be June 6th, 2019.
And between June 2nd, 2019 and June 6th, 2019, did you become aware of States Exhibits 74 and 75, which I showed you yesterday in court?
Yes.
Where did the interview with the defendant take place on June 6, 2019?
It took place at the offices of Andrew Bowman, 1804 Post Road East in Westport, which was her attorney at the time.
Where in Attorney Bowman's office did it take place?
There was a conference room in the on the first floor where we all met.
Describe the conference room for the jury.
It was a relatively large room. Large table, multiple chairs. Dimension was probably 20 feet deep by 15 feet wide, approximately. It was a relatively large conference room.
How are the arrangements made for this next interview to take place?
My sergeant, Ken Ventresca, received a phone call from State's Attorney Richard Colangelo to contact Andrew Bowman that Michelle Troconis wanted to talk.
Approximately what time on June 6, 2019 did this interview take place?
Approximately between 1 and 2 p.m.
Who was present from the state police at the outset of the interview?
The outset was myself, Detective Corey Clabby, my Sergeant Ken Ventresca, and Detective Allison Peters, who was the administrative trooper at Troop G at the time. And then, of course, Michelle Troconis and Andrew Bowman.
Did anyone else join the interview as it progressed?
Yes,
Who was that?
State's Attorney Richard Colangelo.
And Mr. Colangelo in 2019 was the state's attorney of the Stamford Norwalk Judicial District. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He has since retired. Is that right?
Correct.
Was this interview also recorded?
It was, yes.
How was this interview recorded?
There were 2 cameras set up, brought in by us, and set up essentially opposite corners of the room to document the interview.
During the interview, did the defendant appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No.
What language did you communicate with the defendant in during this interview?
In English.
Did the defendant ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
No.
Did her attorney ever request the assistance of an interpreter for this interview?
No.
Where was the defendant positioned during the interview?
The defendant was positioned right inside the entry door, basically in front of where I was sitting. Everyone else was seated to her right or opposite her.
And specifically with respect to you, where were you positioned?
I was positioned at the end of the table, adjacent to where she was sitting on catty corner to her.
You testified that Attorney Bowman was present. Where was he positioned?
He was positioned directly to Michelle Troconis' right side.
And have you watched this recording in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes.
I have this marked, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is 78 for ID. Mr. Schoenberg, do you have an objection?
No, I have no objection.
Move 78 in.
State 78, admitted as a full exhibit.
Permission to publish 78?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Your Honor, we're just trying to figure out the sound situation. It's shut up at the bottom.
Oh, here you go.
Right there.
Thank you. There we go.
Now be the IT guy.
Two, one's just a fail-safe, don't get spooked out. I'm here just for support these guys and the boss, so I'm just gonna be, we're gonna be in the background. You know, it's, and to protect you as well. So, this is, how are you doing? Better than being where you were, right? Okay. You have a chance to talk with your attorney, Mr. Coleman, right? He's here with you. I just want you to know that I just came from the state's attorney for 20 years in this case. And I had over an hour time to talk to him about this case. So this is coming from him, okay? This is your chance. Right now, you're charged with entering prosecution and tampering with evidence, okay? This is your chance if you want to see your family and your daughter and your mother and not control her. This is your chance. It's your one and only chance. You have to tell us. We know you weren't there. We know you were lying to us last time. We want to know who was involved and where Jennifer is. Who was involved in the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos and who and where Jennifer Dulos is right now. We know you know. And we just want you to come clean and tell us everything that you know. That's coming straight from the state's attorney. You want me to convey that.
Okay, she understands that she lived her right to us every day, and still infects her.
It's still, you're talking to us voluntarily. You don't have to talk to us. You're here, you're not in custody. We're here at your attorney's office. He's our other attorney.
She understands that she's going to answer your questions truthfully.
Okay.
And, we may all have differing views of what she knows, but she's going to answer your questions truthfully.
Okay. So you wanted to talk to us today, right?
Well, you guys wanted to
All
talk
right.
to us.
Okay. So tell us everything you know about the night of May 23rd, going into the morning of May 24th, and the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos from her home in New Canaan.
Okay, can I just say that?
Yeah, just tell them from Thursday night, they're asking you through Friday.
I might not be accurate with the times.
As best you can.
But
Best.
when my daughter called me, the room of my daughter is, you guys be in the house and
We personally have not, but we understand.
the room is once you get off the stairs, and then, I don't know, you walk 3 meters and it's,
Jennifer, I'm just going to stop you just for hard to Michelle.
I mean, it's okay, I can go faster.
No. You know that we've done search warrants, executed search warrants at Fort Jefferson in Farmington, right?
And that you are inside the house looking for things, yes.
And that's where you live,
Yes.
Fort Jefferson Crossing,
Yes.
and you live there with Fotis Dulos
And my daughter, Nicole.
and your daughter Nicole.
Yes,
How old is Nicole?
12.
Okay. You have to understand that we have more information than we had last time we spoke.
Okay.
Okay. So do you remember when we talked about how we felt that you were going through a list or a script?
Yes.
Okay. We found that piece of paper, those papers.
Yes.
Okay. We don't need to go through those. We need to know, what do you know about what happened to Jennifer Dulos
Okay.
on the 24th of May and where her body is? We have enough information right now for Fotis for murder.
Okay.
Right now, you were not arrested for murder, he's not arrested for murder. You both are arrested for tampering with evidence and entering prosecution.
Yes.
In all likelihood, he will be arrested for murder. You need to tell us what you know. This is coming from the state's attorney. Just listen. You need to tell us what you know about Jennifer's murder
Mm-hmm.
and Fotis Dulos We know that you weren't there at the murder scene at the time. We know you have information. And we need to know that. We do not want to go through this movie. We don't want to go through the script because we found the script. And if we start to review the script, the rehearsed story that we found documentation of, our instructions from the state's attorney are to walk out that door. And when we walk out that door, that would be it. This is coming from the state's attorney. So please tell her, I want to hear the script. I want to hear what happened to Jennifer, and I want to hear who's involved in her murder.
You're asking me something that I don't know. But can I say something? Don't get upset to me.
I'm not upset, I just want you to understand where we're going.
You say rehearsal, it's not a rehearsal. It's Sunday.
Okay, you'll have a chance. We found a piece of paper that mirrors your statement to us. We don't want to talk about that. We want to talk
I
about.
don't want to tell you. You told me
Just,
something.
right, let me try that. What he's asking you is to tell them what you did, what you heard, what you saw, what you did from Thursday night.
Thursday night, I went to sleep with my daughter. I woke up at the same time that I usually woke up, besides on
So
Thursdays.
was there Thursday?
Yes.
He was there all night. Did you leave?
Well, I left the room at 12:59 because there was thunderstorm. My daughter called me. You guys have my phone, and you can see that I talked to my daughter.
Well, we can see that you may have talked to your daughter, but we can also see that there were no thunderstorms. In Farmington that evening.
I don't know if thunderstorm. It was
You said
raining.
thunderstorms.
I know, but
There was almost zero precipitation that evening.
Okay.
I just want you to know.
okay.
Just gonna pause the video at 6 minutes and 49 seconds. Detective Kimball, you indicated to the defendant that there was zero precipitation that evening. Where did you get that information?
Got that from two sources. I got that from weatherunderground.com and timeanddate.com, two websites on historical weather.
And what area was that historical, well, beginning with Weather Underground, what area of Connecticut were you researching?
I was researching Farmington.
And what area did it display?
It displayed weather from Brainerd Airport in Hartford, which is approximately 24 miles to the northeast.
Okay, with respect to time and date?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2019, May 24, approximately between midnight and 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And so did you, well, let me ask you this. Were you trying to be deceptive with her, or was this the best information that you had at the time?
I was not trying to be deceptive. That was the information I had at the time.
Thank you, sir.
We're checking out every aspect that we can of your story. And your story has some significant problems.
Okay.
Okay. So
My
even when your daughter,
daughter called me at 12:59, I believe.
okay. So you slept
And I
with
slept with her
Nicole
until 6:40. Yes, at alarm.
when you left the bed with Fotis, was he there in the bed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So at 1
12:59.
o'clock in the morning, you went in with Nicole.
Yes.
Okay. And then go ahead and do that.
I slept with her. Her alarm and mine are set up at, I think hers is at 6:35. Mine for sure 6:40. And we woke up. She takes showers. I go to my room. I also do the same thing.
Is Fotis there?
He was there. We woke up.
He was there at the house.
He was in the house.
So what if I were to tell you that I have evidence that he was not in the house at that time? More. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't want to be over dramatic. I don't want to.
Okay.
This is not listening. This is not any kind of threat. I just want you to understand. You have a daughter who's 12 years old. You have a mother. How old is your mom?
60.
Okay. All right. You want to see them. You don't want to go to prison. You don't want to get arrested for it.
I was trying to I'm sure you got released from court, right? Have you looked at the news at all? Have you seen your face plastered? I mean, I'll be honest with you, you're probably one of the most hated women in America right now. And I'm not being mean. So this is like the golden ticket. If you know where he could have done something and could have, or he frequents, if you could tip us off, maybe he said something he had in jest, something in passing that you can say, you know what, that rings a bell. Maybe.
All right, look, let me try to,
Okay.
if you want to know where he frequents, where the possibilities are that he could have done something, we have spent time in doing that. But, you know, you're asking her about that morning. And I think she understands, you know, what she's facing. Are you sure that Fotis was there that morning when you woke up?
Well, I slept with Nicole, so I believe he was, but now that you tell me he wasn't.
Did you see him that morning?
No, I did not see him, like,
So I think that helps us, because that's huge.
okay.
So stuff like that.
Well, that's the next thing we're looking for. Our memory that was for certain. He was there the other day, and then we.
Well, because we take
We're not gonna-
almost everything
Okay,
together,
right.
so like, I get paranoid because it's not like,
Well,
if you
first
tell
thing,
me what I do, like even on Monday, I was trying to do the timeline and I couldn't think, like what happened on Monday.
We're not. Let's take a breath here, okay? You're in my office, all right? I want you to just tell the truth and relax, all right?
can I just cut to the chase here? You do know where she is, and can you please tell us, or at least lead us in the right direction?
I don't know, but
And then we can worry about the other stuff later, because right now we need to find Jennifer.
okay, I don't know, but
Can we see what you have?
yes,
Yeah, perfect.
Just, we don't take this away from all that.
Okay, all right. All right, this is, she's done 2 drawings here, okay? And the first, the one on the left side, is a drawing of where they used to go motorcycling.
in the back of the
In the
house.
back of the house.
Oh, for the Jefferson Crossing.
Okay, okay, so,
Can I explain?
absolutely.
We discovered these roads last year. These are like the tower electricity, and this is the, they told me the D1.
Environmental protection, probably
And that
environmental.
big,
Go
is
ahead,
there.
just tell them what you know.
So we go with the motos, we go into this route,
Where's Fort Jefferson?
this house.
Okay, so this is Jefferson Crossing.
Yes, oh, I'm missing one now.
That's,
This is the trampoline, the playground.
okay, so you're right out of Fort Jefferson.
In the back, we go through the back of these 2 houses. This guy's upset because we're not supposed to be right there.
We know, we did, we're not there.
Okay, Gerard, no? So we get to the gravel, we go, at some point, we get out, because there's like another road for vehicles that are supposed to be around this. And then we go, like, there's like a trail that's made by people doing mountain bike, walking, the dogs or whatever. Motos are not allowed here. And we go, and this is like more trees and more off-road. Then we go. There's a little stream, we pass that, then this becomes like an open field. That here there's a reservoir, because one time we kept going and we saw it and we turned back because the police saw us, no? And then we go back and we go here and we go back to the gravel and into the house.
Okay.
That we started doing last year. Around September, we discovered, I'm not 100%, but more or less. And the last time we went for 2 times, we've done a different road. Once we get here, this is an open field. Again, this becomes trees. There's a row of houses here. We do moto, and then this is 44, and then we go back on 44 to Jefferson, because if we come this way, he gets
So
upset.
this is an area that you're familiar with, and that Fotis is familiar with, you're telling me?
Yes, but familiar at the most 15 times.
All right, so I see it says 15 times,
Yes,
it says Two-time.
The one that is longest, and in these 2 times, there's one that was another big. Because you cross 44, there's like a plant,
These are two different things, right?
yes.
Just ask you, as far as this piece of paper, Michelle, why are you showing us this? When we're asking you about Jennifer Dulos, why are you showing us this?
Because he said, is there anything else where you usually go with Fotis or you do things? And I said, well, we go more. I mean, the pond is like the place where we go the most. Yes, that's where we go from here to the end of when the competition, the King of the Pond, which is at the end of September. We pretty much, if the days are pretty, we go almost every day.
Do you know if you or Fotis went to this area around the 24th of May?
And we know.
You didn't. Do you know if Fotis did? You don't know? Okay.
The last time I went with Fotis, it was like about 3 weeks ago in Babel.
Mm-hmm.
Like 3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you all had riding motorcycles?
Each, yes.
Okay, you do that, Robert?
Yes.
Okay.
Just out of curiosity, do you guys normally have your cell phones with you?
I do because of Nicole and
Yeah,
Photos. No, I think today said.
Does he normally, I mean, he has that business right before, that's his
Yeah.
business. He owns it. Is he like the owner or the operator? Or I mean, that's his business phone, the 8625 number. Does he usually carry that phone?
If that's his cell phone, which is the same from the company.
Does he usually have the phone with him?
Yes, but I don't know writing because I'm the one who takes a back.
How about water skiing? Does he usually carry it? Is it on the boat? We're told it's on the boat when he water skis. Okay.
Who's in the boat? Fotis, yes.
The phone is with the boat.
Yes, yes,
He keeps it with him a lot, right?
yes.
Because that's his business phone, the 8625.
I don't remember.
8647. Okay. All right, so you're showing us just because this is an area that you and Fotis are familiar. Where the Fotis is familiar.
And this asked me, tell me please, where do you usually frequently go or spend time? So I told him, well, the pond, one, this we've done, and then the lots.
What's this?
So this is how I was explaining.
These are the lots that she has previously talked to you about. Why don't you explain what this is, okay? So at the upper left.
Well, for group or Fotis, he owns 585 Deer Cliff, which is like 100 meters from Jefferson Crossing. This is a tear down. This is a lot that is for sale. Then Deer Cliff, I was explaining earlier, it becomes like Eli Road. He with Stefan, that is from Coldwell Bank, he's a realtor.
Stefan is a realtor?
Stefan Grange.
Okay.
Fotis, but I think yesterday, the day before I passed by and I didn't see the signs anymore. There were signs of for group because the way Fotis arranged with some people that has lots, it's like, well, let's make a package for the MLS and a package with the house, and if they buy the package, we're doing a project of building a home, I do the home in the lot.
So these are 4 subdivided lots, you say?
Well, I don't know if there's more, but from what I remember, it's 4.
Okay.
So they're in this corner, and you can call Stefan, Rach, and ask them.
So this is the area
This is the Mountain Spring area? Well, Mountain Spring is this one, which is, I mean,
Isn't that a little, it's a little cul-de-sac, right? There's a couple houses already, and there's
where,
that area you're talking about?
this one, there's no construction here, so
Okay.
so. Where is that? It's in Old Mountain Spring.
So now,
Yeah, Old Mountain Road.
now when you were there that day before this, you told us you were there.
No, that's here,
Okay.
Can we just finish this drawing? Do you mind? All right, so.
So then, Old Mountain Road,
there's other 3 lots of, the owner's called Mr. Godfrey. He lives here with his wife. And at some point with T-Leaf, which is another realtor, broker, whatever, real estate, they arrange the same thing, that if they sell a project with 4 group deals, and the lot is of the owner, there's 3 lots here. But this, I think about a month ago, the Godfrey, the owner, gave it to the son that's also a realtor. So 4 group has nothing to do anymore with these 3.
So it's Mr. Godfrey, 3 lots, it's on Old Mountain Road.
Yes,
Okay. And it's, how far away is it from these?
in car.
Is there a crossroad? This is near a crossroad. What is this near, you know, or do you know the address, Mr. Godfrey? Okay.
You can call Drop Shazia, which is from TV.
What's TV?
It's
So
a, yeah, like call bank
Okay.
or.
It's a trend.
So then, this is Mountain Spring Road, that you have Typhoid Road. Well, this is longer, but I don't remember. So Mr. One, he's a doctor, also had these 3 lots and did the same with Fotis, but this sold like 2 weeks ago. A guy came and bought the whole 3 lots, supposedly.
He was frequenting those lots for us, so that's just some lots that you know they.
So I've walked this, I walked this lot maybe like 3 or 2 weeks ago with the people that bought them. The couple came, the husband and the wife. And we walked all the way up because he wanted to see the highest point to build a home and not be around like other homes. So yes, the 4 of us, we walked this, but that was my only time that I walked this particular lot. This one I've never walked, this one I've walked them like probably like 5 times with different clients. Then there's like a lot in between, I don't know what, and then these 3 lots belongs to Fotis, but in 8 it's the house.
That's 80/40.
Yes. This one, he just sold it to the Pavlonis, the 88. Pavlonis. They did a deposit of 50,000. We were working on the drawings. I met with him. I saw him on Thursday, the 23rd, in the office around 3. And I left because I had to pick up Nicole, but they were talking about the budget with Fotis and Beaver. Fotis built this home in 77, that people are living there already. And then there's another cul-de-sac called Olcott.
That's the one I was thinking of,
Okay, Fotis just sold this lot to the owner of 77 that apparently he bought it to build a home for his son, but Fotis has, for what I know, he has nothing to do with construction because Metaphor, I think it's another word. They are builders as well, so he's building a house for the son. So all these places I've walked, besides not this, but the rest I've walked with Fotis. I've even driven my motorcycle around here in the past. In the north.
Oh, Stephanie, while we're talking about these locations, especially even the water property, have you guys, when you guys are back there dirt biking or going for walks or anything, has he ever made any comments, hey, this is a good place to, this is private back there, is this, has he ever made any comments
Yeah, it's like a paradise for me.
paradise or, hey, if you're gonna kill someone, I'd go back here, it's a little fun. You know, I'm just saying, things in general. Alright.
We talked that this is a paradise for a motorcycle. Obviously, we knew that it's kind of illegal because you're not supposed to ride there. But it was like,
Okay, so
Just want to ask a question. You can't say that you saw Fotis from the moment you woke up until about 1, 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the day of the 24th, correct?
Yes.
Based on what you told us, so that you,
In my mind,
not in your mind,
when
but
he
you.
corrected me, I thought because that's how his daily base, he was in the office.
You don't know for a fact you didn't see.
No, he
And
was.
it's a large hole, so.
So when you did see Fotis that day,
Stop the video at 24:01. Detective, the defendant just indicated to you that she did not see Fotis in the office. Is that correct?
Correct.
What had she told you on June 2nd about seeing Fotis in the office?
She said that she went to the office and she saw a meeting between Kent Maloney and Fotis Dulos. She saw him.
Thank you, sir.
one
No, a little bit before because we had a lunch.
lunch, but I remember from the other day when I spoke, that you had said it was sometime between 1 and 2.
Yes, but then again, I don't have my phone, so I did receive a call from him at 1:50. What was it? It's somewhere in the paper, 53 or 57. So obviously we.
But when you get
That's not
time to
happening
your
to you.
attorney, you didn't have your phone.
No, the phone was taken away.
So
I got AT&T, I got into
we're
AT&T.
asking kind of like general questions, like, is he there or not? But you really shouldn't need your phone to remember everything. Like, was Fotis at the house? Was he in shower with you or not?
No,
That's what you're saying. We're not looking to pin you down on time.
I know,
Well, maybe he wasn't, but he wasn't, right?
no, he wasn't. I tell you, because I'm so used to taking showers with
Alright.
him, in my mind, when I'm nervous.
Okay, well,
I'm trying to get to a point.
Okay.
And my point is that when you're eventually at the other properties with Fotis, he's out doing something. How would, just explain to us honestly how much you really did or didn't see, what he was doing or where he was. Because we've already determined that initially, whether you're meant to be or not, you were untruthful with us about where Fotis was and what you knew. Okay? I'm not saying you were lying, I'm just saying that the information you've now come forward that you didn't really know what you were saying you didn't know. So when he was walking around the property where you guys were, which was what? Mountain Spring?
80 Mountain Spring.
You mean here?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you really see what he was
I
doing or no?
I saw him fix the ribbons. There are like pink ribbons that he covers so people don't step, because when they do the open houses, people park in the grass and he gets upset.
Did you see him for a handful of hours or?
No,
15
because
minutes?
I wasn't there 3 hours. I was just there for a period of time. I went inside to clean and I actually was upset because I'm like, I don't want to clean this house, but I always get upset, I get grumpy of doing something that I don't want to do.
Okay.
And I went up, I saw the counter, and I even told Andy, they were like, not poop, but something of an animal, like in front of the fireplace. And I went and I cleaned it. So I was inside the house. And then I would go out to talk because the receptions in all this area, you have to look, even in the house for Jefferson to talk, the best is WhatsApp. Or in the end of Fotis' office, or in the kitchen, or outside in the garage. So I'm usually walking around places to find.
So was Fotis often in the wood line or in the, the backwoods of these areas doing stuff other than motorcycling or?
No, but we don't motorcycle that day.
I'm just saying other than you suggested, does he often go for walks or?
He likes gardening, like in Jefferson, he's all the time doing gardening.
Okay.
Picking up, like even, I think it was Monday, I told you.
But what
That
the
day,
detective is asking,
that day,
what the detective is asking you is, are there areas around, Mountain Spring or anywhere that he likes to go? In addition to the motorbiking?
the only place to go on is here. Me, myself, I've done it a couple of times in these 2 lots, but no, I mean, I don't know if he has another place that I don't know, but with me, no.
Going back to the morning of May 25th. It's a Friday, 24th. 24th.
Um,
Was Ken at the house that morning?
Yes. Then I did see,
And what was he doing at the house?
he had a meeting with Fotis.
Okay, so you just told us that you know if Fotis was at the house the morning of May 24th. But now you're telling us that Ken was at the house having a meeting with Fotis the morning of May 24th. So you need to decide which it is.
Bueno, he said he was in a meeting,
You.
Kent, that he was having a meeting, no, sorry. Fotis told me that he has a meeting with Kent. I saw Kent because I went up to pick up my computer. So Kent was at the end of of the office where there's a glass table, and I saw Kent. I'm not crazy.
When did Forrest tell you that he was having a meeting with Ken? As if you didn't see him that morning?
I think he told me the day before.
That he had a meeting scheduled with Ken the next day.
Yes, even as when he called me in the afternoon in one of the calls, and I wrote it. He said, remember that Plania is bringing some clients on Saturday at 9 in the morning, we have to clean the house. That's why we had to kind
So the
of,
morning of May 24th, Friday,
yes,
you saw Kent at the Fort Jefferson
yes,
crossing
yes.
at about what time?
If I got home at 8:12, normally 8:15. 8:20, 8:30,
What, did you say anything to him? Did he respond?
I guess he said hi, I didn't really pay attention.
And what was he doing? He was in the hallway? Near the office?
In the far end of the office,
So he was in Fotis's office?
yes.
Was Fotis also in the office?
In my head I thought, but like, and he said, did you see him? I said, no, I did not see Fotis.
And I don't want you to, I mean, your attorney can't help you as far as I know, remember what you saw, and they would be able to help you
Correct.
express what you remember. I'm not trying to trick you, I'm just trying to ask.
I'm telling you,
Did you, the morning when you saw Kent in Fotis's office, Friday morning,
yes,
you remember seeing Fotis in the office with him?
no,
Okay.
I did see him. He was wearing a light jacket, I don't know, blue.
Mhm.
I remember it was light, but I cannot tell you exactly. Then I went down and I opened my computer like I do, I made an omelette. I think I sent an email to the school, to Leanne, because I have the record in my computer, in my emails.
Okay. Do you normally do?
I heard some stuff in my head that I wanted to sell the farm, but
Go ahead.
stuff or anything, so Kent property. I'm just thinking about your property, where is your ring doorbell system now?
Where's the
The
what?
ring doorbell is from the front of your house. Floors remove that ring doorbell? Do you guys ever have the video surveillance system in front of the house? That folks had, like a ring doorbell, you know, the ones that all the neighbors had that do video security.
It has a camera and a doorbell.
I don't know, yeah, for what I know, we never have cameras in the house.
Not in the house, outside.
No, the one that has cameras and you can knock is the neighbor. And you can ask them and then you can see me going in and out all the time.
We already, yeah, that was like, secondly, the other thing I was just saying before, some minors. How old is Red Tacoma? That's common for that to be left at your cliff, because we don't all have the wrap.
Yeah, because the way it works is that Pavel, because they don't, Fotis doesn't want to put too many mileage in the cars, like, I mean, he wants to keep it.
So Polish drivers to Tacoma, will drive the Red Tacoma, so you have access to it?
Fotis has 3 cars, the Cherokee, the Suburban, and the Raptor.
Right.
And Pavel has the Toyota, pickup Toyota.
Okay.
So usually Pavel doesn't drive the Toyota to Canaan because
Right.
it's his car and he takes cars from the company.
Correct.
The only 2 cars that he usually takes, because the Suburban is kept more for Fotis to If he needs it like Wednesdays or Saturdays or Sundays with the kids, he takes the Suburban. And Pavel uses either the pickup truck or the Cherokee. And me, I use whatever of those 3 cars are left in the house. Because I use a lot of the Raptor, I use a lot of the Cherokee, and I use a lot of the Suburban. Those are the only 3 cars. And Pavel always leaves his car in the.
So what did you drive that day, the Friday the 24th, when you went to Stop and Shop at 10 a.m.? You drove the white Jeep, right?
Yes.
So we can rule out, right?
You what?
The white Jeep you drove on Friday morning, or something. So the Stop and Shop at 10 o'clock, well, I picked up cheese and a couple of things.
I thought, yes, I can, prosciutto,
Yeah.
for sure, monster
It's
cheese.
very good.
The what?
Prosciutto is good.
And you can look, I mean, the dates of the prosciutto must be in the package inside the refrigerator.
Yeah. So you had a white Jeep that day, right?
It's not my car, it's.
So you're driving.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Pavel has the black Raptor.
In my head, yes, I
In your head.
didn't see Pavel, I didn't see the Raptor. But usually, if the white car is there, it's because Pavel took the.
So you took the white Cherokee that day to Stop and Shop because that was the only car left. Right, Fotis was not home.
No, but I don't know why I think the Suburban was there. The black car, the black Suburban,
Was there?
I think it was.
Okay, that's
I'm
good.
doubting, but
okay.
because you guys obviously.
Is anything you can,
I
just
don't
think of in your mind?
maybe it was, but maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. I don't wanna say something,
No,
then you told me this.
oh, you know you had the white, you know you had your white Jeep Grand Cherokee that morning. We know you went shopping. We know you weren't out.
Yes, I am took a
We
picture
know
of
that.
stupid.
Yeah, so all that little nitty gritty stuff, but we, like, I just wanna let you know, we know where you were, not what. Went to school, you stopped and shop. Safe to say.
No, I went to school, I came back to the house.
Well, I'm just saying, you know you're up in the area, running errands, and doing your motherly things and stuff.
And then but the first,
Right,
I also saw Hodge and the secretary
yes,
at the warehouse,
Yeah.
like around, I don't know, 9:10, 9:15. I mean, you can call him, I saw him with my eyes.
so just to be clear, I know we're all on the same page, but we know you didn't come down to the can, we know you didn't go in that garage, kill Jennifer, or
I
this isn't,
didn't know if she
so we're not-
was to start with,
Right,
like
so-
I've never been down there.
I understand.
we understand that. So we're just trying to account for some vehicles and possibly you obviously know where, oh, this is the best. I mean, you guys are a couple, right, you live together.
Yes.
So we were just hoping you could help lead investigators to Jennifer,
Okay.
and maybe that would be a
I
good
was
thing.
feeling that in my head, a lot of times, he's in the office, in my head.
Right.
Now,
Right.
I mean, I always, and even my mom will call me, I don't know what you doing, no, I'm here in the kitchen, sending whatever. And both this man is in the office, in my head. Now, I obviously, everything is a doubt, because I don't know 100% if he's in the
And
office.
you look at his track record with relationships, I mean, not too good. Left his wife, you guys hit it off, I'm not saying you're in the wrong one.
No, he left the first wife for the second.
yes. He killed the last one.
For Jennifer.
I
He was
was,
dating the second wife while he was married to the first.
so he doesn't have a good track record
And
with
then
women.
he's dating you while he's married to the second.
Yes,
It's just what he does.
So that's what he
That's
does.
what he does.
So if he's gonna lie, I mean,
but the first one, I don't think he's dead, she's dead.
I'm saying his track record with relationships, and lying and deception.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Do you,
I know.
okay, so I think, no question.
Michelle, do you make it a habit of keeping receipts?
Yes,
Do you have a lot of receipts?
yes. I keep them, if,
Where do you keep them?
what?
Where? When you keep a receipt, where do you put it?
I put them in my purse and then like all can see. And then after a certain time, if you check my computer, I have a folder that says in Spanish gastos, which is expenses. And I put the monthly, and then I go in my computer and check with the credit cards with my receipts, because sometimes what you see the bank, it gives you numbers, and I'm like, okay, I don't remember, but I go with the receipts.
How
You
often
can-
do you do that for monthly?
Like every 3 months.
Okay.
Now,
So you,
you can also go, and I must have another folder that says Dale, Dale,
there,
Dale Colorado,
right?
and I keep all the receipts too, because at the end of or stay in Colorado, I have to, with the father of Nicole, I have to make expenses because he gives me part of that money. We go half and half with everything that is with food, hotels, races. Well, if it's an equipment or something, he pays for it.
Business expense. Is that a business expense? Or you want to keep your business expenses? Or you just want to keep
No, for him, because he's never asked me any see the receipts to see if it's true that we're spending, but I keep them, and it's all in my computer. If you go and it says gastos, and it says 2018, 2017, 2019, you will find.
So if today you went to Starbucks and you got a receipt from Starbucks, what would you do with that receipt?
I put it in, I throw it in my purse,
And then what?
and it stays there for probably 2 months.
Okay. So are there, you know,
And I keep mostly, the ones that I carry, the ones from my credit card, but I also use Fotis credit card mostly for supermarket, for gas, because he puts the gas for the company. Supermarket he used, but I think it changed a law or something, and he said, I don't need any more the receipts, but I leave them there in the kitchen.
you only have your purse with you?
Sorry?
You keep your purse with you generally?
Usually I keep 2 purses, and actually one stay in the kitchen, the brown one, and this, but then I have all.
If you have a receipt today, you put it in that purse?
If this is the one I'm using, yes, if it's the other one, it goes.
Do you leave it in the purse that you put it in, or you transfer it?
No.
Okay.
Exactly.
And so would you say that there should be a lot of receipts at your house, in your purse? 2 months worth of receipts?
Yes and no, because I'm being bad with it in terms of like when it's with Fotis credit card, I try
When
not
did
to.
you last look at your credit card bill?
Yesterday.
Okay, so, yeah, but around the 24th. Like, when did you last go through your credit card bill? Early in May or
I
earlier?
think on the 20th, when Fotis said that his lawyer said that we have to do a timeline to remember where we were or whatever, I think that day I went through my purse.
Jacob.
Huh?
Jacob.
Yes, I think it was Jacob or Eugenio.
Okay.
And I went, I wanna keep track, so I like verified that I
All right, so
was.
you want to tell me what your lawyer told you to do, but.
So I have the receipts and they stayed, I think, in the other person, the brown. And the ones lately I gave you yesterday. The ones.
So there should be a lot of receipts you will try to find out in the brown purse that is at Fort Jefferson Park.
Yes, and probably ones from months ago.
What if why would it be that there aren't a lot of receipts in that purse? Is there a reason why?
Why there is a lot?
Well, why there are a few? In other words, why perhaps in the purse are the receipts that you were referring to on the 24th and not other receipts prior to that?
Because I fixed them when I had to do the timeline. I think this was Sunday that we did, like to write down in a paper that that's probably the.
Sunday the 26th, right?
Sorry?
That would be 2 days after the 24th.
Yes. I separated and I said it was a way to prove it myself that I
If you want to go back over your timeline, you want to establish your whereabouts certain times.
not to prove it's the police come like this, and I went to the supermarket, I went to, and I didn't buy that,
So you took the receipts, you gathered all the receipts at that time in order to construct the timeline for your whereabouts, is that what you're saying?
No, to have it as a proof in case you guys ask me, where were you? And I can go and say, listen, yes, it's true. I was in Stop and Shop at 9.
Sean, I have a question. So all those receipts that you discarded
I
them?
don't discard it, I keep them they're in my purses.
All of them for the last 2 months?
Yes, they are, it's small, I just gave them yesterday to you, but can I open my purse?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can,
And I have,
you can leave the room if you want.
this is,
Tell us
I don't know, but I tell you, like, this is a, Well, I took, this is another receipt, like, I put them in, this is the thing to charge my food. Like, I keep my receipts, and basically I throw them, and they keep
Do you
accumulating.
mind if I look at the receipts? How long you had that first?
Since I left the house, when I bought it,
No, how long have you been using that receipt as a receptacle for your receipts? Or that purse for the receptacle of your receipts? How long have you been putting receipts in that purse? Since you had to leave before Jefferson?
Yes, I
Okay, I have 2 receipts here, one from the 5th and one from the 5th, so 2 from yesterday. Any other receipts in there?
No, I gave him all the receipts yesterday when I came here.
Do you understand how it looks sometimes?
And then my mom, since I arrived here, my mom has been paying a lot, so I haven't bought that many things.
Look, you have to look at the fact that you're in the car when the trash is getting dumped. And nobody in the world believes that you didn't know what was going on, what was not, what he was doing, what he was throwing out. There's no way you weren't asking, what are we doing, what is this stuff? This is abnormal, this is abnormal behavior.
You did ask him?
Okay,
What is it?
can I
Absolutely.
explain?
That's what we're here.
We've done this in the past, to throw garbage.
Yeah.
We've done it for an A1 phone, I've done it in your Canaan with
So when you asked them,
but
what are you
my
doing, why are you doing this?
No,
Do you need to say?
It's gonna be good, it's appreciate these layers, okay. So you want to, well, if you're leaving the room, we're gonna.
You're here, we're going to see, right?
Yeah.
Chair Bowman, nice to see you, sir. Chair Bowman.
Now, we're here for you. We want it.
Everything I say, I'm saying it wrong, so.
I'm not expecting you to say like spot on, the things that we're asking, the information we're asking you
Can I go
for. Just listen. The information that we're asking you for does not require, should not require you to have your phone to be precise with time. We're asking in the morning of kind of questions. These are general questions right now, and you shouldn't have need to either have your phone or you shouldn't have to be referring to receipts. We're trying to get information on where Jennifer is and what happened to her and who was responsible for what happened to her. Because we have a pretty good idea what happened. We need to find her for the family. And I said, and when Attorney Glanville walks back in here in a minute or two, he may have a few things just to explain, because I feel like I'm not telling you certain things.
Okay, what I was explaining, that throwing out the garbage, for me, it's not, it's something new that we've done.
Okay.
What I was concerned was that I'd never been in that area.
Sure.
So I was like, why here? And yes, it was like construction, cars, and like, he would stop, someone honked, I'm like, you have to move the car. Then he moved it 3 meters and he stopped again, like, it was like too much.
So what kind of question did you ask?
I said, why do we have to be doing that now?
And what did he say?
No, nothing, he's like, relax, everything is fine, it's just a few minutes. I was on the phone too, I was texting, talking, so it's not like I was like, let me see, like, and you have my phone, you can see that.
We're not worried about showing that you're there, you placed yourself there, we understand.
I know, but it's not like,
We're
he
just
said,
going
when
by-
I go to Starbucks, I said, yes. If I would have had my daughter, which I usually have her
Yeah.
after 3:30, when she doesn't have activities of
Right.
school, because
But she had to play that night, right?
she had a play, I would have stayed at home. I would have not gone to Starbucks. That wasn't a plan that I would have, I went to Starbucks, I was alone in the house. I had to wait to pick up Nicole at 9 at night, because her play was from 7 to 9. I went as a companion, but if I knew he was doing something wrong, I would not even walk into that car. That's the part that I'm like, wow, I mean, if he really did this and he's putting myself.
You have to see from our side, when we first spoke to you, I asked you specifically about something you dropped in the sewer and you pretended like you didn't know. 20 minutes later, now all of a sudden you know. The first time we talked, you told us was in the house. The first time you told us that you were in the house and woke up, you took a shower with Fotis. Now you didn't take a shower with Fotis.
Okay.
So this is all gonna come out and it makes you look like you're not telling the truth. Like you're not telling the truth.
If you told me that I'm like in panic and that I'm like.
I'm not trying to panic you, but we want you to relax. We
I
want you to
can't,
relax.
how can you relax if I'm like, you know, like I'm nervous?
I'm not trying to upset you.
Stop talking and take some deep breaths. I understand you're nervous, just tell us, okay? We're not here to make you nervous. We want you to, just, I'm trying to tell you how you can be less nervous. Breathe and just listen to what I'm saying. We want you to take your time and give us as accurate information as you possibly can, but give us all the information.
Okay.
Because if this comes down to a trial, you would have a jury of 12 people, and they would be told a story, and then they would have to say, is that a believable story? And I'm not sure they would believe the story.
So
I think we were talking about the drive. And I think you asked her, John asked, what did you say to, what did he say to you? Trip.
yes,
It's
it's basically, what I'm saying is that nobody is believing that you didn't know as you're going from can, throwing stuff out, dropping stuff in the sewer. No one's gonna believe that you didn't know what was going on. And then we retrieve these items and we've already told you what we retrieved. So
The license plate.
more than that,
And.
more than that.
We're not gonna go over what we retrieved, just suffice
I
to say.
remember the license plate in
Right. Can you tell us anything about that license plate?
a kilo with blood. In
Okay,
the
John,
chocolate bit.
can you tell us anything about that
I
license?
don't, I didn't even know
Did you ever see it?
No,
Alright, but you saw the mailer?
the first,
Box.
well, what I saw was in a box, it was like an
Nothing
envelope.
that like a soft side envelope?
Yes, it was in a box,
Okay.
it was an envelope, what I
You
saw.
see photos putting it into the store?
I saw it that I did see in the car, I don't remember if it was in the back or in the
That's fine.
street.
That's fine.
That I do remember seeing. Now that they had license plates inside, I did not know. I did not know those license plates belong, and I didn't know
Mhm.
that they existed.
Okay. And that's possible, that's feasible. But given all of the information that you're driving.
And sorry,
Absolutely.
I don't remember because you told me that I handed it to him.
That's, yeah, that was,
And I said
Don't worry about
yes, but
don't worry about
because I
that.
was nervous, I don't know if I handled it
Don't
or
worry
not.
about that. That's not, you saw it in the car.
But
It's on video being, okay.
both
Don't
of you or someone of you
Don't
that night
worry about
asked
that.
me if I
disregard that,
did.
ignore that. And we're gonna, we have that, that's not an issue. It's not an issue.
Well, but I said that yes, that I passed it.
Okay, we're starting over with that. Point, it was in the car, it's on video going into the drain, we pulled it out of the drain, we found what was inside. That's all we need to know. As far, and you're telling us you never saw him doing with anything
You
like.
know, I've seen those envelopes before in the office, underneath his printer,
Okay,
because he sends a lot of, supposedly, he sends a lot of.
but given what's going on, where he's driving the Raptor, you're riding, he's stopping at multiple locations, people are beeping, you're saying, hey, let's get out of here.
And I remember a fire truck.
When a fire truck goes by, and you ask him, why are we doing this?
No, why we're here, this
Why are we
area.
here? He said, what?
He said, relax, it's okay, it's just a few
And
minutes,
are
right?
you saying that there was no other conversation about what was going on there?
I was on my phone texting,
that.
you can even verify
I don't need to do that. I'm asking you the conversations that are on the
there's
phone
phone
that were
calls.
going on between you and
So I
Lois.
was a little bit upset because I didn't wanna be there. I didn't wanna be in that area, I've never been in that
You
area.
said what, creepy, you called it creepy. It's not a nice area.
I told it creepy to you guys, I don't think I said creepy to him.
Okay. But you knew you were somewhere you don't normally go, right?
Actually, when I went to the guy to see the GPS, I was driving with my mom and the GPS almost got me there and I was like, I remember this, like this area, I think, and I told my mom, this is where I think we drove because again, I think some of you said, or you told me that there was no construction. And I remember seeing.
We're talking about today. We're having this conversation now. Don't worry about what you said.
Well, because I said.
Just listen, please.
Well, this is a good time to take a break.
So after you guys were driving down, he was
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our break until 11:20. Please do not discuss the case.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess. You can exit.
Good morning, everyone. It is the COE here. How's it going? Happy Friday. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button. Apologies, it looks like most of you have been here for quite some time. I am showing up a little late, so I just missed how long this break is going to be. I'm assuming it's probably like a 15-minute break or so. So I'm going to put that up here for you guys. But continue to hang out with us all day. We are going to be running the trial all day per usual. If you're new, welcome. We do run the trial and just air it. Eventually, we are going to be getting some analysis as Joel is getting a little bit better here. He's working on booking some guests next week for this. But for today, we are just going to be watching the trial and continuing to chat there. If you're just lurking, hello, welcome to you as well. And yeah, thank you for supporting this channel and thank you for subscribing. I believe we have more than 4,000 subscribers, which is amazing. And we'll enjoy the 15-minute break. Thank you so much. Oh, and apparently the judge said that due to long videos, he's going to take breaks every hour. Okay, that should be interesting. All right, then. This is the first break, I assume, and we've got 15 minutes. Thanks, everyone. Hi, all. I just want to hop on here. I wanted to thank you guys for coming up with that amazing suggestion about donating coffee to the mods. These mods, as you guys all know, work so hard. They are with us all morning, all afternoon, and then evenings for the shows. They volunteer so much of their time, their expertise, and they also help us behind the scenes sometimes with little tech glitches here or there. So they really, really do so much. And they do it out of the kindness of their heart. So I love that now we are going to be using the coffee link to donate to the mods. Absolutely no pressure. But if you ever want to donate, you can. There's no pressure too. I also wanted to say if you have donated in the last couple of days, I haven't transferred any funds over, so I'm going to use those funds for our mods. So they already have a good chunk of change. And this is an absolutely amazing way to thank them for all of their hard work. They work so hard for us, but they also work so hard for STS Nation, and they do it out of love. So I just want to thank each of our mods. You guys are amazing, and we really are very, very excited to have you guys, and we're so grateful for all of your hard work. All right, thanks, guys.
Please be seated.
Oh, we're missing the state.
That's the problem. We can bring Detective Kimball back in.
I don't think Mr. McGinnis is back yet, Your Honor.
He's, Your Honor, there's a jury coming for the other trial going on, so the elevators are a little.
Thank you. We can bring the jury back in.
It's all yours. Oh, okay.
This
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we're going to resume playing the video at 53:49.
Thank you.
And do you remember any of the roadside roads?
I remember we went one that was like, I believe it was at the avenue, that's the
Yeah, that's Albany Avenue, that's the main road.
main road.
Did you take a right
We took
and then?
Yes, all
and
right.
then you happen to remember what road that was? Or what was nearby? Okay. You went down a little ways and then what happened? To the left, and then you took another left and then to the right. Okay, so you don't know the road, that's
I don't
fine.
know that we went to the roof, because at some point I think we went back to the same road.
They're asking if you,
During the move, was anything thrown out? Did he stop you for anything else?
I think he stopped somewhere
where did you
in
stop?
a corner.
Corner?
In a
Corner, and what did he?
Was it houses,
No,
stores?
no, I think there was like a green area open in one of the corners.
And the left side?
So there was an open area on the corner, and where did you put another bag in something? Was it a dumpster? Was it a green garbage can?
I was looking, I don't know. I do remember that, I think I saw something open, I don't know if it was rain now, but I know, no construction.
Mm-hmm. How many times did you stop before you got back to that?
30 times, I don't remember, if I stopped 30 times, I was in trouble.
Again,
because I
listen.
don't remember. 30 stops.
Listen, we're starting over. From the time, the main road, when you got off the main road until you got back onto the main road, you stopped how many times is that? Once, twice? More than that? Can you remember? We're just asking.
I don't know, I'm trying to think, I mean,
Okay, I'll let you.
one for sure, otherwise I would not remember. And I think one, but I'm like scared to say, because if I say 5, you say no, it was 30, if I say 10, you say 6.
No, we're not getting
It's just your,
Okay,
your
I just,
recollection, right?
my recollection is that.
one stop.
One stop that I remember in a corner.
Okay. Where there was some open space and green grass, near that root stop.
There were buildings, but one spot, I don't know why, for one reason, I think it was open, unless I'm.
Well, I'll be honest with you, we don't know yet. We're gonna find out. We're just trying to have you help us find out, that's all. This isn't a
that's how I
trick
remember,
question,
but
we're asking you.
maybe and then there were like homes, like,
Homes?
or.
Housing projects,
Huh?
housing project homes or regular?
What is house projects?
Like apartments.
Apartments, like residential apartment buildings.
Like a brick thing.
Did you only see bags being thrown out? Did you notice anything like a road or?
The rug that was placed up alongside the building, large rug that was rolled up. Okay, that's another item, so I don't need to. Properties, right? Otis? He's got,
You mean the home, that
Otis has a regular access to dumpsters on his properties, but
the construction, the big construction is done?
well, it's just, you guys put your trash out on Fridays, right? Fridays is trash day for your neighborhood?
Well, he puts them out on Thursday night.
Thursday night,
And I
right,
put
so
them
trash
on
is fine.
Friday morning.
So why go to the city of Hartford and dump the trash all over the city? That's
We've done it before.
why.
I don't have like a,
You're very slow moving, Michelle. You
I
know
know,
that. You're not-
but because I don't know, because he doesn't want to keep the bags in his house during the construction area. But I don't know, like,
Sit here, but it's right up the road. So if
we've
we,
done it in the club.
so we look at historical phone records, we're gonna put you guys in Hartford together and the task dumping trash all over the city.
No, I said, I've never been in that area.
So we're gonna put him in that area dumping trash in Hartford.
I don't know if he went before.
You said he went to Hartford before, doesn't he? Doesn't.
No, I said that we've done it in the past, not in that area. I've done, well, not me, don't, but he's done with me in A1, in the club, in the pond. We've done it.
Would you remember us?
Remember?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
that's fine, you have downstairs, you wanna throw something, I get that,
yes.
okay?
And we did it once when there was a home parade of something I think it was last year in Canaan. I helped him in Canaan.
And you can,
Yes,
okay. Have you ever been to Canada before?
yes,
How many times have you been to Canada?
in my whole life.
Before you said you've never come down this way, so.
Well,
just
I
trying to
never
make
do,
sure.
I mean, like her house, I've never.
Okay,
But to 183 Hemlock, that is a house that he constructed, probably I've been there with the whole parade. I think it was like 4 days in a row, I went every day.
When was that? Recently?
No, that was, I think, last year. It's like a tour that they do of homes, and one of his homes was in that tour. I went once again to take pictures of that house with the photographer, we met there with the photographer, so that can be 5. I've been once that I went to interview last year.
I kind of wanna stop you for a second, because especially now that it's.
Maybe
Right.
12 times I've been in Canada.
Yeah. State's attorney Williams here, one distributor. This is not a meeting where we want to expand. We don't want to expand things. We don't want to name a whole bunch of things. We want to focus on what we believe you know. Now, like I told you before, you're under arrest for certain things, not for murder.
Access order.
What?
Access order.
No, you're not. No.
We're not.
No, listen, try to listen. No. We went down in Canaan with Fotis on Friday the 24th and murdered Jennifer and where her body is. That's why we are here. We are not here to go back. Several times during this, I've heard you going back to the script. I don't want to go back to the script. I want to go forward. Okay? You have to know you live with Fotis. You lived with him you lived with him during that time.
Let's talk about what led up to this. Fotis recently shaved his head bald and all the hair off his body, correct?
The hair I did.
You did. When? Why?
Because the skiing season started, and he said, can you do my hair? And he got out of the shower, and I said, yeah, and she wasn't.
We have pictures of him water skiing with full head of hair. So quite honestly, that's a bunch of it's a crock. Listen to me. Listen to me. When did you shave his head?
2 weeks ago.
Did you shave it any more than one time? Okay, I went to the State Police Academy. Monday morning, we had shaved heads. Friday morning, I was standing in the back at attention, and I would look out over a sea of stubble. If you shaved his head 2 weeks ago, he would not have had the appearance that he had the day that we spoke to him. It was shaved more, listen to me, it was shaved more recently than 2 weeks prior. So you need to tell us the truth.
The way I can prove it, if you go in his Instagram.
I don't want.
I shared it that day, or in my phone.
What's that day? On his Instagram?
It's in the
Did
Instagram.
you shave it after Jennifer won this?
No.
Prior?
Oh, yes.
You met him on Saturday morning, so you just trying to.
No, he shaved his head before.
And all the hair on his body as well.
No, that I didn't.
But you did do that, right?
I don't know.
Is he routinely a groomer?
No, he doesn't.
Yes.
He does. The back he walks in the same place where I walked. I got him the gift card for waxing his back. And he goes there or to a Chinese where I do my fancy, that's called fancy nails. That I don't get control, like when he walks with shave or the head, he asked me, can you do my hair? I said, yes. If he got out of the shower, I went like this, the machine doesn't work. I turned the thing, I went again, it didn't work, I put it in 0, and obviously I got involved. But, and the picture is in Instagram, and we made even a joke that.
Listen to me. We feel confident. Listen to me. We feel confident in a few things. First of all, I'm gonna say you planned this. There was a lot of pre-planning that went into this.
Okay, but I think there's
a lot of pre-planning.
Michelle, tell me this.
Absolutely.
No, we're trying to find out what he did. We wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have talked to your attorney and asked you to come in if I thought in a second that you knew what he was gonna do. I wouldn't waste our time, because I would have just said, well, arrest her. We're here. We're here because I think you could help, like they said, you can help yourself. Because there's information, whether you think about it, it might be something simple, like, hey, you know what? That day, he got out of the shower, he asked me to shave his head. It's the first time, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was. And he never asked me to do that before, but he asked me to do it that day. So for you, it's a normal day, he gets out of the shower, he shaved my head. You said, oh, I never did it before, but okay, I'll shave your head for you.
Yes, I think that.
Right, so, but that's information that they need. We're not saying you do what he's gonna do, but that's the stuff that they wanna talk to you about.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to, when they went to your house,
No, it's not in my house.
when they went to his house, there was things that they found that weren't there. They look at the closet, there's a section of stuff missing out of the closet.
Of which closet?
I don't have that specific knowledge from the van people. I'll find out. In the shoes, your shoes in the closet, There's a section of them missing.
My shoes missing.
Shoes there.
I only took this and
No, that's what I'm saying. So maybe you don't know what he did with them,
with my shoes.
but maybe you could say, hey, my closet, all the shelves have shoes on them.
No,
That's something.
like, I don't have that many shoes.
Okay.
So
But this is what they're
the
asking.
two shoes I took is this and a New Balance
Okay.
from my shoes, and I think a lot stayed on the floor.
Do you have any flats that you wear?
Yes, I just bought 2 pairs on Saturday. A red one.
That's, we're talking about before Friday.
If I had flats, my flats, I do have flats. I
Yeah.
have a red,
Would they be in the closet if you had them?
they can be
Should
usually.
they be in the house somewhere?
Yes, they can be in the mud room, in the TV room, in the family room, in Nicole's room.
So would it be weird to you if the police went in there and searched the house and they didn't find any of your flats?
They weren't.
I'm asking, would that be,
Oh, yes, of course, but
okay,
I didn't know they took my shoes.
well, we don't know, we searched, we didn't find any flats.
We can't
No,
do things that are there.
I have flats, I have 2 that are exactly the same, black and gold, that they have like a gold and like this.
Attorney McGinnis, can you stop the video, please?
Flats.
Yes, sir.
Court would like to see the photographer, please. The photographer, would you approach, please?
One hour, 7 minutes and 12 seconds. We're going to resume playing from there.
Thank you.
Ones that have like a buckle that is silver.
So that's what, so this is what the point is not to trap you. We're not looking to do that.
Okay.
We're looking for information that can help us. See, because when he came back to Farmington, you know who he was with, or he was by himself. When you first saw
When I
him,
first saw him alone, yes, he went to the house, I mean, he was in the house saying, let's go and have lunch. I saw only him, I didn't see anybody else.
where did you go to lunch?
In the kitchen, no.
Okay, and then he left the house and went by himself to,
Or that was him coming back after he.
what time did you have lunch, I guess?
My guess was around 12 and 1. I told them the other day from 1 to 2, but again, usually my lunch are from 12 to 2 at the most. In those periods, I eat.
Just that wasn't, you can't involve just based on his.
Right, so that's okay, but he first went to that house, not the
house.
Okay.
First thing we had about that house was 119, yeah.
Okay, so that makes sense. And when you first saw him, he was by himself, what car was he in?
We're talking
Oh,
about
I didn't
cars.
see because I saw him, I
You
was
saw
up
him?
and then he was
Okay.
coming the stairs. I said, can we go and eat? I said, yes. I went down, I took the pastel de papa,
Sorry, how was it dressed?
jeans, it doesn't, from my knowledge, he only has, for what I remember, 2 blue jeans and
I
one
don't wanna know what, how
and
he
a
was
light
dressed.
shirt, a light shirt.
Like a t-shirt? Or
Yes.
like,
Sleeves or no sleeves? Short sleeve, not long sleeve.
No,
like
like
this
it's
or-
like what I'm wearing.
A collar? Did he have a collar?
Like it's like what I'm wearing.
like a polo shirts?
That's what I
How
remember.
did you know he was back in the house? Well, that afternoon.
Because he said, he calls me Oni. He says, Oni, and I was in Nicole's room. So I'm like, yes, we go and have lunch? And I went down and he was looking up and I was looking down. I said, yes, we went and I went down the stairs.
Noon or 1 to 2, you're not sure.
No, I said 12 to 1.
Did he appear normal to you? He was his normal self? Was there anything wrong with his hands, his arms, his body, anything? No?
Not that I
Nothing that you noticed?
zero.
No?
But just for this, those effective, you're not sure how long, when he left in the morning, right? You didn't see him. Once Nicole called you at 12:59 in the morning,
I went to.
you went to Hearst, and he may not have been there in the morning when you woke up. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Do you know if Fotis had a rash on his body in the days prior to this? You have anything wrong with his skin?
He said that he was getting poison ivy,
When did you say
but
that?
I don't know if it was like, not that day, but I don't know if it was Saturday or Sunday.
It was after the 24th that he said that. About the poison
I
ivy.
believe so.
And while this was going on for you guys, he said he's starting to get poison ivy.
I believe so, but
Okay.
again, I don't.
That's fine. Don't worry about me trying to lie with it. Now, is there any place on these properties where you've gotten poison ivy before?
Yes.
Where?
In the north, we go.
So in the trails where you go motorcycle,
In this part
in this part of the trail,
that I fell with the
and
water,
this is by the power homes.
yes, but before, this is like, I think it's called disappearance.
Yep.
Behind that,
Okay.
above.
Good. We're gonna try to get you a better picture.
I've fallen there before, and when I don't have the jacket and all the motor equipment, I've gotten poison ivy there.
Okay. It's very simple that you got it. It was very easy that you got it, right? You just,
Yeah,
because you weren't covered.
yeah.
Okay. Did he tell you where he was getting the poison ivy at? No, he just told you.
And also, sorry, and in the pond, when I've gotten out of the water, I've gotten poison ivy too.
Which one, the one being on the side
Where
or
we
your ski over?
I've gotten poison ivy in those two places, me.
Okay.
Corey, you get the laptop to me.
Give us a short actual.
Yeah.
Take a look at the
Run through the video if I try to go without.
The way he usually dressed,
Clean shirt, yeah.
We.
it's all good.
It's all right.
It's all the way to your turn.
He said that.
Just make sure you're turning it right.
Yes.
So move on. I think that's good for 2.5 hours.
Can you tell about the poison ivy?
Yes, please.
Well, Jeff, did he ask you any questions while your attorney was out?
Sorry?
Did he ask you any questions while your attorney was out of the room?
Well, you said not to talk until the.
Perfect, thank you, go ahead.
About like 3 weeks ago, we went to visit this, there was this guy that he called Fotis, his name Nick. And he called,
Is Nick somebody new to you that you know?
oh yes, I saw him once a day and I said, that guy's creepy to Fotis. And he has, I don't know how many acres, like 20, 30 acres, close to the ski resort in Sundown. And so that area is called New Hartford.
Norfolk.
And we went with the pickup truck to look at that land around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And the place is like very scary. And the guy was American, small, with mustache. He had like what you use to carry your pants. Suspenders. He had an old pickup, and he showed us a piece of land for Fotis to see if he knew someone to sell it, but he was always talking, I have a helicopter, and this is to sell it for celebrities. And Giselle Bundchen has a helicopter, and he was talking about keeping Gates. I mean, I'm like, okay. We got, Fotis got there, I got chicks, Fotis got chicks, and he got Bolsonaro there too. And this guy started calling Fotis like at 4:30 in the morning, like for 4 days in a row. I said, please block this guy, because this guy is like a.
Do you know what he was calling Fotis about?
Because he wanted Fotis to help him sell his property.
Yeah.
If you go to that place, like he's in construction, he has machines very old, and they were like all parked around the place. And we passed by a place and he had like chainsaw, that were like the size of this table, like a ghost with like a scary face, like everything he had, it was like a meat thing with a fork, like very creepy. And I remember I said, Fotis, call Pavel, because we're gonna get killed here. And he called Pavel, and Pavel was checking on us all the time, like calling us. And then I don't know what happened to this guy.
Alright, so we have a laptop here. It's a satellite view from Google. So here's Jefferson Crossing, here's 4 Jefferson Crossing, and here's Eli and Deercliff. So you guys would ride out.
So wait, this is Fotis house.
Okay, alright, so that's fine.
Yeah, we
So-
go up here, all this is the line.
Alright, so you're traveling east through the woods, behind the
We
property.
go behind here, that this guy gets upset. We go up here, because this looks like a power, can you open it more?
Alright, so you're traveling along the southbound side of Jefferson. Yep,
We
and,
go up here,
yep, go ahead.
how do you go?
You gotta push down and then drag it.
Yes. So, see, we go this,
It's a trailer, this is what the power lines are,
all this is power.
because they gotta cut them. Okay,
And is this the restaurant?
yeah, it's like, I don't know if that's all of it. There's a body of water here, there's a body of water here, I'm not familiar with it.
Bueno, okay, I don't know, I just know that we go out here, we do this, and then at some point we go in between here.
Yeah,
Here we turn around and then we go back. So all this is like trails.
let me zoom in, are you guys motoring on the cleared portion or in the
In both.
woods?
In both,
Alright,
and then
so
clear,
let
and then it becomes like wood. I mean, I can take you right there, just me.
Well, let's see what, you know. I'm getting complex here.
That whole loop, when we do it in motor, it takes us about 40 minutes.
So it's a big area.
Any idea, all right, is there any, like, landmark where you guys turn right, you're going up here?
I mean, if you put it bigger and it shows, I can,
Well, I mean, the thing is, if it's bigger, then it's harder for you to see, I was trying to zoom in for you to see.
but anyway, we can go all the way up to Route 44, so look, Route 44. That's where we've done this. Route
You wanna take a ride with
44.
Yeah, in the life.
This
44 is
For
here.
all these, we do
Yeah,
that.
she's already doing that.
We do that all the time.
Okay.
And 2 times we crossed even 44 and we kept going to the power line.
Well, this is all power.
Yeah, that's where we are. But this was only for me, I only do it 2 times. 1 time with Karen and 1 time for you.
So this is property that you and Clovis have been on. But are you saying that you have no specific knowledge that Jennifer Dulos' body is in here? You don't know.
I mean, I can tell you where we drive motor, but
Let me
I never
ask,
saw 40.
is there anything else about this area that you can tell us? Because this is quite substantial track. And
It takes us 40 minutes.
so 40 minutes round trip.
Yes, and we're back in the house, cleaning the motor.
Okay, and how, I mean, I guess how fast you guys going on motorcycles? You going like, you going through the woods? So I don't know, so I don't know. 30, 40?
No, yeah, 30, 35
Okay.
at the most.
So 20 minutes out is all. At approximately 30 miles an hour is basically.
In the gravel, when we go in between the woods, a little bit less because I fall, he falls. There's rocks, we sometimes stop, move a log.
Is there anywhere if you were to hide something, like a body,
That's like a paradise.
is there, it's like, how would, what would you say a paradise?
And so it's big, anywhere you can put someone,
Mm-hmm.
like,
In what, like a cave, in a hole, in the water? Any idea? Let me ask you a very simple question. What do you think happened to Jennifer Dulos?
where you said, you guys, okay, what I know, and I've seen in the newspaper that she got
No,
in the garage.
no, they're asking you for only your knowledge. Not what you read in the newspaper, not what you think
And I think that she's still somewhere, hiding. Pero bueno, you guys said that you find blood, so obviously she's not hiding from here. What Fotis have told me that in the past, before they were married, I don't know when, how many years, she fought with her parents and she disappeared and she moved to Aspen. And she got an inherit of an aunt of $3 million and she lived like for 3 years in Aspen and she changed her name to Jennifer Bay, which I still receive in the house, magazines.
Let me ask you a question.
Then,
Let me ask you a question. You have 20 children,
one of mine,
and Nicole, which is 12.
yes.
Would you ever leave your 12-year-old daughter, listen, would you ever leave and go hide and not tell your 12-year-old daughter where you are? Why not?
Because I'm a healthy person, I won't do that.
Okay. Because she would be very upset, right?
Something that doesn't even cross my mind.
It wouldn't even occur to you to do that.
No,
Because Jennifer has 5 children
yes.
and other family members. You think, why don't you go hide and not tell them for a period of time where she is and she's sick?
Can I talk about the report?
No,
No,
listen, the question
my
was,
question is,
the
my
question
only
was,
answer that I can give is because from my understanding, she has a borderline personality
She
disorder.
got that information from Fotis.
This is a man who killed this one, so.
Fotis,
She got 80.
yes, I got it.
And I have,
Our impression of Fotis.
Yes, I got it from Fotis, and there's yeah.
Michelle. I'm
I
sorry.
know, but you can call me Jennifer,
Well, I'll be honest with you, Jennifer's on my mind,
I know.
okay? Because I worry every day and every night about Jennifer. So I apologize for calling you the name of the person who's missing now for more than 2 weeks. So Michelle, here's the thing. We're here to find out where she is. Okay? We don't think that you're not the one to orchestrate this. Our impression of Fotis is that he is a manipulative, controlling person. That's everyone to get it right, based on information.
Everybody's.
I think everybody, and he wanted to get rid of his wife. And he did that. And we're looking to find her for her family's sake.
Kill the mother of his 5 children.
And we want help from you.
I mean,
Who's to say he could have done it to you?
yeah, if he can kill the mother of his 5 children, somebody who appears to have been wanting to get back with that mom, according to his phone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get it. It said, here he kills the mother of his 5 children. And according to his, from what we hear from other people and his phone, he appears to have been wanting to get back with
Sure.
that woman.
Who wanted to get back to her?
The folks were
Fotis, the love of your life. The man, yeah, the man you sleep with every night.
Text message to her. Yeah. So you think, for 1 second,
So imagine what he would do to you.
so he was trying to set you up.
His first wife, was married to her for a long time, had 5 children. 2 sets of twins.
You don't
I
like,
know and I know them very well.
Yeah.
I know you do. I know you do. Your daughter knows them well too. She had the family that she always wanted with those kids.
Well, not the family that she always wanted because I believe she has a nice family and she's happy.
No, what I mean is other children. She has children. Yes, she has a lovely family with you, her father, your mom. Absolutely,
What you're
cousin.
saying, we had the text messages from Fotis and Jennifer. We're going back to March. We had them.
But when March,
We had his phone. We had everything.
I know, but for what?
Michelle, when he tells you, let me tell you something about Fotis.
But did you know?
Yeah, no, it's okay.
show their friends. We want to tell you something that everyone in this room is like. Fotis lies to everyone. And the reason he lies to everyone is he cared about one person in the world, and that's himself. He didn't care about his first wife, he didn't care about his second wife, he doesn't care about you. He says all kinds of things to all kinds of people to get what he wants. Okay? He manipulates, controls. We have no doubt he did that to you. He lies to you. So we're trying, I know, I'm trying to think. So he owes you, he feels he owes you nothing. If he could put this murder on you, he would have given you a second. Okay? We don't think that's true. And we want what is fair. Yeah, who knows? Your turn to finish.
We're talking.
I can hear you.
When you turn this back. No. Okay? We want you to understand what's going on here. You love you. You love the person, and love the person, and have a relationship with a person who loves only one person, and that's himself. He will do anything he can to get out of what is better. We have no doubt that he doesn't kill his daughter, his wife, Jennifer. We think you have information.
I don't know how, John, but I can walk the whole world with you if you want. I can take you to like a motor place. I can walk, I can spend a month with you guys. I can do whatever you want, but I didn't do
You know
it.
what I want you to do right now? I want you to stop talking to me and take some breaths. Just take some deep breaths. Okay. It's hard to come to the realization of somebody that you care about, what they're really all about. That's what he's about. And he's always been that way. And he will never change.
Michelle, was the shaving his head, was that his idea? He had to do it? You never did that before?
To him,
Yeah.
I took it to another boyfriend.
Yeah, but from him to him, that
Yes.
was the first time since you've been with him that he ever did that.
No, he started before. There's some Father's Day picture, he's in the car with his kids.
I think it was in 2017, he also had his head completely
Okay.
shaved. And I think there's a picture.
For you shaving his head. For you.
I don't know that first time I did it
Okay.
to him with.
He's asking you.
He asked me that.
You know,
We made fun of it, it was something.
You didn't know what it was.
Right. But that's the first time he actually did it. The other times he did it himself.
He got it in a barber shop.
Right.
He comes, but it wasn't that short, that's true. Not as short, that short wasn't that old, that I put that thing.
He was bald.
Yes, less than you.
He was bald like who? Like Pavel?
No, then I go was like him, was not here.
Fotis was very similar bald to the way Pavel was, right? When you shaved his head, or was it more like me?
Or more like 10.
Sorry.
Like when I shaved it, it was like him, but he has gray hair. So it doesn't, you look like you have more hair than him.
Yeah, well, I had a lot when you first met me. I shaved it out.
We don't think you.
No, I think I made it like that.
It was like this.
I don't know.
Don't worry about it. We're not saying you knew why he was asking you to shave then, but it's important for us to know that was the first time he asked
Yes,
you. Okay?
it was.
Okay. So these are the kinds of things that can help us. Can I ask you something else, Michelle? I know I kind of follow all of this, but that Friday, so Jennifer is reporting this in. When we were at church, we saw Fotis in the early morning hours. That whole day, you find it's kind of odd that he called you all? Did you talk to him all day? Is that odd too? Because I mean, I'm gonna tell you, we have
20 times and there are days that we call 0.
Did you try to call him on that day and ask him where he was?
No, I can't do that. I mean, in my head, he's in the office, but again, it wasn't.
Okay.
For what you say.
And what did you do the next day?
Me,
You and Fotis?
at 9, we had a meeting with planning and the couple. Like for an hour, he explained all the process of work, blah, blah, blah. I showed the maps, I brought my computer because his computer wasn't supposed to be working for the server. I got into the server with my computer. We showed them a map of the home of another project in that Fotis budget for this lot here. And they were from the home residents. And then he said, I have to go because he was supposed to leave his kids at 11. And Rania took them to the lot and 80 mountain.
And this is Saturday, it's 25th.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
And Fotis left, and I stopped in CVS to buy a gift card for Nicole's birthday girl, a $25 credit card. Then I drove to Jennifer Walker. At 11:30, we were there, and Nicole, with all her friends, they got into a bus.
So let's stop here. What did Fotis do for the rest of the day on Saturday?
Well, he supposedly was with the police, with his lawyer.
You figured if your mother and your 5 kids were listening, you would want to help your children out and give them everything, anything, maybe you can help out where she is. Fotis did not do that. Fotis actually was extremely uncooperative with this whole thing. So
He's done nothing.
He hasn't talked.
He's said a word. He won't say a word.
So he told you he was gonna talk to the police?
No.
No, okay. He just.
Might get a lawyer.
He told me, no, he told me, because the night before he talked to Lauren, and he said, we have to meet at 11. I don't know where, they were meeting with the kids and where, which is the supervisor. So because we drove, at some point he called me. I don't know if he was already with Jacob. And
Who's Jacob?
Jacob,
Oh.
it was his lawyer. And he said, we're going to the police because the police called me to testify, to help, or to I don't know what.
She's normal for missing mom, who you go find out.
Yes, and supposedly he went, I don't know, I wasn't there, and he went with Jacob.
But you would think that he would drop whatever he was doing the minute he heard that the mother of his 5 kids was missing. He'd get his ass where
He
he
wanted
should
to
be
go
out.
to New York, but I don't know who told him, you cannot come here, better stay. I don't know if it was Jacob or Mike Rose.
Yeah, that's all about that, that's.
You know, that this conversation I did listen because we were in the office at the end of the office talking, he was. And the police called me 2 times and Jacob
You
said.
dumping trash in Hartford the day before was extremely bizarre, right? And then the next day, Jennifer's missing, and it's all
No,
news.
nothing, we found out at 8:20 that the police came to the house.
Okay, did you look back for yesterday and say, you know what? We're dumping trash all over the city of Hartford. No. Well, I didn't see Fotis yesterday. Why are, you know, it's not piecing in your mind?
Just make the connection.
Okay. Oh, it's not just.
No, I don't think like that. I might be being stupid, I may.
No, you're trusting and that's understandable.
You're loyal to
First thing else, it doesn't cross in my mind that I'm sleeping with someone that is thinking of killing someone. If I would have not been there, like with my daughter.
Well, not only did you think about it while you were sleeping with him, he involved you in the cleanup.
Yeah.
Man, that's like even worse, like I hate him because of that.
Got you in trouble, according to what you're telling us, and what could be the case.
But I was cleaning the house, I wasn't
Listen,
cleaning
the
the
only
bed.
reason you got arrested, according to your story, was because of Fotis.
Yes,
Right.
what else?
Going back to that Friday, to that phone call. Do you know where Fotis' phone was in the morning?
It was picked up, it was picked up.
He fought it, I guess.
Would he normally have his phone with him? Doesn't he?
Yes and no,
We
a
kind of talked about this.
lot, yes.
You know, see,
Sometimes he leaves them, he's very,
well, listen, he has a business. It's a big money business. He has a phone, business phone, and the business phone is his cell phone. Doesn't he normally carry that cell phone with him to accept business calls? Because his wife is missing doesn't mean his business is ended, right? Right?
yes.
All right, so Saturday, wouldn't he have his phone with him?
He didn't have it.
I'm asking
On
you.
Saturday.
On Friday. On Friday, wouldn't you expect him to have his phone with him? Because it's
But
just,
he didn't have it.
first things first, listen to the question. Wouldn't, on Friday, when
Yes,
you didn't know where he was,
yes,
wouldn't you expect to have his phone? He had his phone be with him.
yes.
Okay. What if he said it wasn't with him? What if he said it was at the house?
In the house,
Right. What if we said that? Would that be unusual? That he left his phone behind?
All day.
For the time,
or
Cut around
if you put it
converted.
like that, yes, but
that would be unusual?
yes.
Okay, when you call him, does he normally pick up? Unless he's busy?
Or he left the phone
Okay.
in the phone, and he comes back and then he said, oh, come with me and let's pick up the phone because I left.
So the pattern for Fotis is to generally have the 8625 cell phone with him, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't know his number by name.
Okay, it's the business phone.
That's the only one
It's
that
the
I know.
8625.
Yes,
Okay, so
860.
478-8625. It's the one on the Ford Group business
Yes,
site, right?
yes, yes.
The one on the Ford Group
Yes.
business site. So if he doesn't have that phone with him, that is unusual.
Probably I would say yes,
Okay.
but he has left it in the past. He leaves.
So when he leaves it in the past, he leaves it and says, oh, Michelle, you know, I left my phone, we have to go back and get it. And he realizes it within a half hour or an hour, not 6 hours, right?
No, no.
Or in this case,
Does he get a lot of
14
phone
hours.
Does he get a lot of phone calls throughout the day? How often does his phone ring?
Well, right now
Once an
it's
hour?
so,
Like once an hour?
I don't know by hours because I was
This is,
but
this is an approximation, like how many phone calls?
like right now I know that the business is going slow, so he doesn't get as much as
So how many
Yeah,
calls do
he
you think
talks-
he would get
during the day.
during the morning? Would you get at least one?
Yes, at least one, I guess.
But
Yes.
yours significant other, he's got guys on job sites down in Canaan, these guys aren't following the same. They go out.
I'm not in the, I'm
No, I
not on
know,
the phone with
well,
you.
for example, this case alone, I work in this case, I'm on my phone all the time, my significant other's phone. Jesus, you're on the phone a lot, because I'm working. That's for instance.
When are you talking, please, I don't understand. On Friday?
Yes, right.
No, so-
This happens to behavior, this subdivisions.
Any day. So
Yes.
you're gonna spend Tuesday with Fotis, you're gonna go to breakfast, you're gonna hang out, he's not gonna work, he can spend a day with you.
No.
He doesn't do that? Okay.
On Tuesday to hang out and have breakfast, no, on a Saturday or Sunday, Friday, yes.
Is this for rainy Saturday or Sunday?
Yes.
This is his regular patterns of behavior, right? We're just looking for behaviors.
Like how often, I cannot tell you, he received 100, he's not like in a stock market.
There have been times when you're out to dinner with them, or you're having breakfast, and I hang out, the guys are calling at the job site. They wanna know if.
Each time he talks, he
Right,
works, he works all over the house,
Okay.
and not over all the house.
This is
Because
good.
the house has had reception, so he either goes to his office,
One spot.
Right.
the kitchen, or outside the house. Those are like the three best spots to talk in for Jefferson.
When he arrived home that morning or that afternoon, Friday 24th, did he mention his phone at all?
No.
Did he ask you where it was? Did he mention you that he had left it at home? Did he ask you if you got any phone
And
calls?
he actually called me like at I have it down, like at 1:30 something, he called me.
He called you to say what?
He called
But
me
if you walked in and you wanted to. But you remember the time that he called you, but
Okay.
after.
And even me and my daughter, and even him, where are you? I'm in the office, I'm in the house, like, even inside the house, we call each
It's a
other,
big
because
house.
it's a big house. So
Absolutely.
for me, that's normal to say, even with my
So you
daughter.
didn't have any calls to him that morning?
No, I didn't.
No. Oh, well, okay. So we go
And
back
when he's
here.
with, when he's with the kids, I cannot call,
So
so
here's-
obviously I'm used to not talking
here's
to
the-
him during the day.
So here's what we do, is we do have phone records dating back, I can't give you the exact date, we have a lot of phone records. We have your phone records, we have Fotis' phone records, we have Fotis' second phone records.
Sexual?
He's got another phone. So,
You didn't know he had
even though he had another phone, the phone that, when we took you guys to Litchfield State Police, with all that stuff, that phone,
He bought a phone with Jacob on Saturday, when the police took his phone.
That's
When
not
this is-
Saturday.
he told
That's
me-
not true.
He told
That's
me
another lie
Jacob,
you told you.
he told me Jacob bought me a phone.
No.
That's
So
very
that's the
nice.
same, sure, that's a ball,
I'm telling you
no,
what
I'm
he
just
told
saying,
me, like,
yeah, I'm just
I
telling you.
agree with you.
I have that number as a prior. So would it be,
Is it a 208, 20?
203,
If
to 203.
you check my phone, I have two numbers for him. He used to have one that I don't know, and that one, yeah, I think he gave that line to Petros. But when the mom took the phone, I don't know if he stayed with that line, but I never saw that phone or that line or a
So
better
we
phone.
have the, like, the US Marshals and the FBI condensing all of your call records. So it's gonna be, what you're saying is normally you wouldn't talk to Fotis, you wouldn't text him or call him throughout these hours and days because he's working. You guys don't do that normally? Is this gonna be the only day that you haven't been calling him?
No, there are other days that we don't talk
Okay.
during the day.
Okay.
And especially when he's on the weekend with the,
Yeah.
with the kids, because he's with the kids, we don't even talk.
Right.
And on Wednesdays, when he's in the afternoon with the kids, we don't even talk. And we started sending one text like, are you guys with the, are you with the kids? Like, something like that.
Well, he did leave his phone at home that morning. The morning that Jennifer went missing. Does that strike you as unusual?
Oh, I didn't know, I didn't see that one, but yes, probably it's weird.
What time is Fotis usually put his head down and like to go to bed? Is he a late night guy? Is he up?
Very late.
Okay, what does he do at night? Usually, what's his routine?
Just gonna pause it at 1:43:44. The defendant indicated to you that she did not see Mr. Dulos' cell phone, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did there come a point in time, specifically August 13th,
Yes.
2019, where you had an opportunity to speak with the defendant again?
Yes.
What did she tell you about Mr. Dulos' cell phone on August 13th?
She indicated to us that on Friday, May 24th, Fotis Dulos' phone was in the office of the court group.
And did she speak with you about anything she did with the phone?
Yes.
What did she say about that?
The phone rang and she answered it.
Keep on playing at this.
It probably is a good idea to just take a 10-minute break at this time and come back at 12:25, and then we will go all the way until 1 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Yes, sir.
All rise. This honorable superior court now stands in recess.
All right, so if you just missed that, we're taking a break until 12:25. It is 12:18 right now. Then when they come back, whoa, that's not us changing the camera, that's them on the court side. Then when we come back, we'll go from 12:25 until 1 p.m. And then I believe they're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. So there's a 10-minute break right now. Then we're going to go for about 40 minutes or so. And then there's going to be a 1-hour lunch break. So today, lots of breaks and lots of long videos. So for those who are asking, hey, what's going on with the trial? Today, there is a lot of evidence that is coming in the form of the interrogations, those long videos. So they said that they are going to be taking some breaks because the videos are very long. It's also apparently warm in the courtroom as well. So I just want to mentally prepare you guys for all of those breaks and know that if you are seeing the video up on the screen, that is what the trial is playing. All right, guys, we have a few minutes here for a break, then they'll come back. We also have a 12:30 live with Joel, Phil, and Scott on the other channel. So I'm going to be hopping back between both channels. I know some of you guys are as well. So if you need anything, flag one of us. We're probably all going to be bouncing around. All right, thank you so much.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes. Thank you.
And we'll resume playing at 1:43:47.
We can wait for Detective.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll watch you something.
What time usually would you guys fall asleep? Like for me, I go to bed at
11, I don't know, like 11:30. Sometimes I go out because I'm uncomfortable. Sometimes he stays lately mostly because of the divorce and the thing. He hasn't been sleeping at all.
So that Thursday night.
I went to sleep with my daughter.
Right, you said that was at 12:30 a.m., right? 12:30?
12:59.
12:59 a.m.
Yes,
So-
and he was sleeping with me.
He was sleeping next to you in bed. What time did you guys go to bed that night? Approximately. You don't have to give us exact time.
8:30, 11:30
11:30?
to 12, let's
And
say.
he's in bed and you're in bed. You guys have your nightstands, I'm assuming, tablets, whatever people lay in bed, are you guys phone scrollers at night? You know, like Facebook or reading the news? Is he do that at night?
He's a lot in his Facebook and Instagram.
On his phone or on his tablet? So you guys are laying in bed, right? In your next phone?
No, he uses, lately, he's been bringing his computer watching us movies.
Okay.
Because
You know what he did that Thursday night? Was he have his phone in the bedroom? Was he
usually
hanging
the
out?
phone, he puts it in the windows that it's next. In the bed, I sleep in the side coming in, and he sleeps in the one close to the bathroom.
Yeah.
And he puts his phone on that window that is going towards the back. That's where he charge his phone. Me, I charge it next to that.
Do you remember what he did that Thursday night? Was he laying in bed on his phone next to you? Or was he, I mean, if you can remember.
I think
I know
was
it's-
sleeping with him. I don't remember him.
What time does he usually wake up?
I lodged him at 6:40, but he wakes up, and a lot lately, he's been waking up around 4:35
In the morning.
in the morning, and I don't know,
What are you doing while he's up? You stay there?
I get upset and I
Is he
say,
getting too loud, changing?
he's very loud.
The couple stay, you know, someone's loud in the morning.
Yes, and when I cannot stand it, I go to the courtroom.
That morning, did that happen?
No, because I was in the courtroom. I mean, I don't know what happened in that room.
And then, second, does he own a pair of Converse, like the sneakers like you have on? Does he own the guy's version of those?
He
Shoes.
has Converse, I don't know, but it's another brand, black.
Like similar to those?
Yes,
A different brand, but black?
I think they are golden blues, like the ones. Yes.
And he was wearing what when you saw him downstairs on that Friday morning calling out?
Pair of jeans and a light shirt. He has a lot of like similar to the ones that you're wearing, so could be that one, it could be one like this, or like your, it was light.
As far as you can remember, Michelle, that was the first time you saw him, so you don't know if he was wearing something different. When you were, during that morning, that Friday morning, do you know what car, was there a car missing? From, you know, he has three cars?
Well, usually they sleep all the cars inside the garage.
Okay,
So the way we usually park,
but that Friday morning, do you know if one of the, you have the Suburban, the Raptor?
Cherokee that I parked next to the garbage
Was
man.
there?
Yeah, that's the one I drove.
When you took the
And I
calls to the
don't-
school?
Yes, and I don't know why I think in my head that the Suburban was there, but maybe I'm making it up.
Okay, so you're not sure if the Suburban was there when you were taking the calls to school, right?
No, I thought in my head, and I think I told them, yes, I saw a car, but now I'm doubting.
Okay, was the Raptor there?
Well, the Raptor sleeps on the other, there's another two other garage, and I don't go there if I don't have to.
Okay.
Where the motors are.
But you said before that you'll take whatever vehicles are left over, right?
Yeah, but in this case, I took a Cherokee.
Yeah, and the Suburban could have been there.
It could have. I mean, honestly, for me, the best car to use is the Cherokee. because it's a more like little. The Raptor I hate, but I have to use it a lot. And the Suburban, I don't like it, but man, if there's
When
nothing,
did the damage happen on the Suburban?
that was me. I crashed it.
Do you remember when?
Yes, Friday before the 24th, I went with Pedro. We went down to Massachusetts for a flea market. There was a big flea market. It was raining and in Brimfield? In Brimfield, Mass. It was like an hour away from Farmington. Yes, it's a big one. It's a couple miles long. Sorry, a couple miles long. Yes, you just walk like a road and there were like tents. It was raining, disgusting. My friend, she has a store, so she buys things and they do restorations of furniture. She and her partner, Beto. And so on the way back, like around 2, I was on the right line to get exit 67, and a girl with a Toyota, a blue Toyota, obviously didn't look, and she turned, and I put the brakes, and I didn't stop.
So after the accident, you came home, and when did you plan to get it fixed?
That was Friday, the crash. Saturday, Sunday closed. Monday morning, Manfred, the girl's insurance calls me, and we arranged. They said, we're gonna send you an email so you can take the pictures of the car to do a quote. So I did that, and they said it takes 24 hours for the quote to arrive. Then they said you didn't put I think it was the registration. So I sent the registration. So anyway, I think on Wednesday or Thursday, I spoke with insurance. They said that yes, and they sent me the quote, 600 and something. Then I called, because they say we can give you the body shop, or if you have someone in mind. Fotis said use Davidson. So I called Chevrolet Davidson. They said I can give you a time for after memorial on Tuesday morning.
So you drive it up on Tuesday?
Yes, in the morning, like around 8:45. I called Enterprise. We arranged the cars, and then, Tuesday I drove up and go. I came back home, and then I went to take the car, and they gave me another car. But Fotis said, please ask for an 8-seat car because you were supposed to see the kids.
His intention was to go see get his children.
Yes, so that's
His wife, is that soon the ex-wife is
yes, because that was Tuesday that I took.
After.
Yes, and then the girl gave me another car, I don't know the brand, but you guys can call them. And so I drove to the house, and she came like around 1, and we exchanged cars. She got me a Yuka, similar to the Suburban. Yeah, that's the car that I was driving.
Okay. Now you have to sue it.
Well, I rented because Andy said get rid of the car, don't have anything to do with Fotis. We were staying in the hotel where you guys arrested us. I'm in the same hotel, I changed rooms, and I got out of the Fotis account or point, and I changed them, and I'm staying there for a moment until the 12th, until I know, because I have no house, no car, no.
So you're upset with photos
Yes, of course.
because he implicated you in this whole mess.
Because of that, because of what you told, I don't know.
What's upsetting you? What's the biggest thing that's upsetting you?
The problem, no.
Is it your house? That's upsetting you? Okay. Is it your relationships over with Fotis? Is that
No,
upsetting?
it's like the whole thing that I can be in prison because of this.
What's the thing that's getting to you most right now?
That I
Which part?
that I can be like access or whatever, really there was no title because of him.
That you could be in jail because of that?
Yes.
Does it upset you that
But of
Jennifer?
course him.
Does
And he is everything, but it's like obviously I have to see myself right now, and I'm worried that I have a daughter and I'm can be in a jail for I don't know.
we don't want that to happen?
Either.
No.
Either.
We're actually trying to keep that. Right. to minimize whatever kind of jail time you're facing. You have to break away fully though from the idea that you and Fotis are together.
Yeah,
That's how you rack your brain.
I know, but you don't understand, like, it's hard for me to see this person that supposedly was, because with me, well, at least I never felt that he did, he never hates me, he never like talked aggressively to me. Yes, we have fights as couples, but I'm also very dominant when it comes to a fight. I don't let myself down because I don't want that. I don't know, I was in Colorado, and one night I didn't call him because Nicole like a nightmare.
And how do you respond to that?
And he said, everything's gonna be okay, don't worry, I'm sorry, please don't leave me, this is gonna get better, don't worry, we're gonna go through this, like.
So he keeps talking about we and he's asking you not to leave him, right? Right?
Yes.
Why do you think he's doing that? I'll tell you why I think he's doing that. Because he knows that you have information that if you're away from him, separated from him, that's gonna get you. That's what we're trying to have. He is keeping you with him to control you and to make sure that you don't give up some information.
He said
that shows you, because it could be information that you don't even know. Yeah, you don't know about, so we're trying to extract it out of you.
So in his mind, he said what? In his mind, when I heard that, I thought he loved me and that he wanted to be with me, Nicole and his 5 kids, and be all together. Supposedly, I don't know. The thing I don't understand, there's a report that supposedly was favorable for him, and he was happy about that. From what I understand.
That's when you have a lot of money, you can hire a lot of attorneys to report the divorce stuff. I mean, that's just.
Is that the
report, the divorce psych stuff? I mean.
There was a psychology and evaluation test done through Dr. Herman, which he interviewed me when I was in Colorado through Skype.
Yeah.
And apparently that report that they sealed it, and I spoke with my close, they were driving, saying that this report came very favorable. And he was happy about the report. So that's why and he was like, we're gonna get the kids, I'm gonna have the kids, legal custody. So he actually.
A really nice thing.
Just when did that report came out? It was like before Greek Easter, so it was before the 28th of April.
April 28th?
No, 24th. Before, because the 28th of April was Easter. My family came all the way from Miami and Cincinnati to spend Easter, and it was, the report was within that week, because he told everybody he was super happy. We even did the Greek dance. He was happy about the report, and my girls came to the East
Great Easter, and he said everything's gonna be okay. The report came good. Fotis told me that she has like a borderline. We even went to talk to Humphrey, to his
He's very good at what he does. You have to realize, when he knows what he told you, it's probably self-serving for him. All right?
Have you ever noticed Jennifer to be unfit with the children?
I never met her.
You've never met her at all?
The only time I saw her 2 seconds was in summer of 2017, at some point in August. He had to have the kids with supervised, and the judge gave him permission to have the kids in the pond and with the supervised. And they were supposed to say they had to leave at 12. I don't remember what time. It was from 9 to 12, the activity. And I called him because I was driving, and it was already 12. And I called to say, did they leave? And he said, no, wait, don't come in yet, they haven't left. So I parked outside the pond in the road under a tree. And all of a sudden, a minute later, a Suburban comes. It was dark, I didn't see. And all of a sudden, it gets really close, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna hit my mirror. And when I looked, Jennifer was with the phone like this, trying to take a picture of me. So I saw that, and then I realized that it was her. So I went like this, like around her, and I went inside the pond. And I think there was a motion that I was supposed that I was in the pond there, which is not true. I was never in the pond. I was outside in public road. But she, for what Fotis told me, she made a motion.
Interest this Fotis search.
What?
Who's Fotis interested in?
In himself.
In himself. So everything that Fotis has told you is suspicious. I'm not saying everything's a lie, but everything is suspect. And probably a lot of it is false, and it's to serve himself. So you have to listen first to your attorney, and then you have to listen to us through your attorney. Your attorney, right? So when you talk about things that Fotis has told you, you have to really suspect what. Okay, so who is Fotis' good friends? What are his best friends? His right hand.
Mark. Marcelo.
Okay.
He lives in Farmington.
Names.
And then Andreas.
Okay.
Is
there any foreigners?
No, friends. Mark.
In the United States, or they?
Mark, yes, he lives in Providence, and they went to Rome together, but they met way before because of the water ski world. And I think Fotis said him, they're friends from like 18 years old. Andreas, the last name, is great.
Is he here? Is Andreas?
No, he lives in Bridge. Andreas was here, in December.
Here's what I'm trying to get. And I'm not saying you have any information about specifics of Jennifer's disappearance, but if Fotis wanted to first, if he didn't, and he wanted help, or he needed help, who might he use to help him?
Well, his best friend is Mark and Andreas. Andreas lives in Greece.
Okay.
I guess he's
Mark
here.
lives in Providence?
And Mark lives in Providence. And he's also going through a divorce, and they laugh about it because they say that they're going through the same. And he actually, his trial ended over what they needed. I don't know what they want to do. I don't know how the court thinks, but he said that he was over with his case, with his divorce. And
What about Ken?
Kent is a lawyer of Fort.
Okay. So Ken and Fotis are kind of business partners, he's a lawyer, it's his business.
Fotis always said Kent is a nice guy. I worked with him all my life, and he's not.
Did you ever meet Ken's wife?
No.
Do you know if Fotis ever communicated with Ken's wife?
Yes, they were communicating because supposedly, which I think it's weird, the wife apparently put like a rape case against Kent.
Yes.
And then Fotis, like a week, like or 3 weeks ago, told me that Kent and the wife want to go back. I'm like, well, how did they want to go back?
As Fotis ever talked to Ken's wife, that's what we're asking. That you would know. Is there a reason why we would do that? Why Fotis would talk to Ken's wife?
I don't know if they know the truth.
Well, they did that.
Oh, they did?
Oh, no.
They told me?
Yeah, he was even inviting her to your house.
When?
In the last couple of months leading up to just before Jennifer went missing, to come over and be intimate in your house. He even been out with her at a bar, trying to work back to get a cat back with his wife.
No, that I remember he said Kent wants me to talk to the wife, so for them to do, but they can't because he has a restraining whatever.
You can't have
They
contact.
cannot exactly.
So you're aware.
No, yes, but I didn't know that he.
He was asking her to come to your home, where you live with Fotis, to be intimate with her husband.
To be intimate with Ken?
Yes, correct. With Ken. To be intimate with Ken. So
no.
Ken and his wife, no, not Fotis. Ken and Ken's wife would be intimate in your home. Yeah, so sorry for that confusion.
So, I mean, that's again, that's another thing about Fotis that we just found out that you didn't know about. There's always a little bit of truth.
I knew that Kent wasn't a divorce or a restraining.
So there's always a little bit of truth with the lie. So he told you the little bit of the truth was that he has to call her. The whole truth is that there's a little bit of a different motivation. We're just trying to show you that he's not the person that you thought. Not always, not in the important stuff.
Actually, should be the opposite. I should be interviewing you.
The dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring. There was a dumpster on 80 Mountain Spring in that property. That was for sale. There was a dumpster there.
No.
Not now, but there was.
Yeah, a long time.
A long time ago. Any dumpsters recently on that property? Clean up and last minute stuff.
No, the way we've been always cleaning it for the last years, being between the cleaning ladies and us and me.
There's no dumpster on site for debris?
There's no, like a big
Yeah,
dumpster.
like a regular, just,
No, there.
5-yard dumpster.
No. They, after that, because they.
After the construction,
They
houses
cost like, I don't know, I think my budget is like $5,000 and.
That's too much for Fotis.
I don't know, I'm just saying that he puts it in a budget and that's what I see. And then when everything, the construction is out, he returns them. I don't know, listen, I don't work for Ford. I was helping him.
Yeah.
Because I have my rocks, I have my daughter, and it's just because I have time to do things and I cannot be just sitting around. But he doesn't pay me, I wasn't an employee, I did help him with photos, with all that because I like that.
So you guys live in arrangements, right? He's got his bank accounts, you guys.
I don't
So
have.
separate, give you money regularly?
The only thing I have is a credit card that I use for supermarket and gas. Then, if I have to buy something for Nicole, for myself, my insurance, my cell phone, my expenses of my home in Colorado, my Nicole's school, if I do my hair,
That's all.
that's all my money.
What is, okay.
Fotis doesn't get, when we travel, yes, he pays for the
It's
travel,
true, yeah.
for the tickets.
Right.
But then the rest, like when I'm in Colorado, I pay for everything. We don't have bank accounts together. I only have A credit card, I can give it to you, I don't want you more.
If you don't, I won't get to private finances, but on any given week,
This is
how much,
not.
do you have a savings and a checking, or is it, you would be, yeah? Like, how are you financially? You're on your own.
I'm on my own with
Very,
my.
very good, or you say, you know,
No.
me, you could say there's been times I live paycheck to paycheck, it is what it is.
No,
No, you,
when I'm complicated, I ask for more.
yeah, absolutely.
Yes. I don't want.
No, we're just trying to get a handle on the relationship. The dynamics of your relationship, and
No, we don't have anything in common, nothing.
So when Fotis goes to visit the children, and he goes for a supervised visit, Jennifer is usually in the area or there.
Sorry, again?
When Fotis goes to visit his children, out in New Canaan, and for the supervised visits, and Jennifer's there. How does that make you feel?
From my understanding, they weren't talking or sending messages or nothing for the past 2 years. It's always been with the supervisor, and from what he tells me, it's like, oh, she didn't give me the kids because instead of one, it was two certain, and apparently it's always chaotic. That's what he always told me. And that they only communicate with a family wizard plan, that because it seems like everybody, and if it's through mail, it's they copy paste, they CC their lawyers, and I think me. That was the communication that he always said that he had. Now, after that report, for what he told me, they started having communications by phone. That she called him and she was like, well, I want to fix this. This is not working out. This has taken too long. This is what he told me. Then he said that apparently in one of the conversations, he said, do you know that your lawyer is milking you? Because, I mean, this report was to be tailored to you, and he was the one who wanted. And he was the one pushing for me to go to New York and talk. And I was the one, I think for what he told me, he put a motion to not have her. So apparently she said that, yeah, I get. And that apparently, like,
And we can bring the jury in, please. You may be seated today. Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We're going to continue playing it.
Which I think is weird. The wife apparently put like a.
Who started this?
Sorry, Judge, we're just going to get to 216:57, which is where we left off. We had closed out the file.
Thank you.
And he goes, please, let's talk. And let me tell you what happened. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know anything about it. It's enough. And I go to Nicole's room. That was the conversation after Jacob, which I don't know if it was a Saturday or Sunday.
Fotis told you you did not go into the house on Wednesday?
No, he told me that the kids said hi, that everything was fine, that they had a nice time. He wasn't precise about the place.
But you were saying something about a hair? What were you saying about?
Jacob was saying, write down everything.
Maybe a hair went in?
Huh?
So you said maybe a hair went in.
How do you know? Because he said, whoa, Jacob, I don't know if maybe a hair went in because we were playing, we were hugging, and maybe in the kids' clothes.
Was he bald at that point?
Yes.
She had his whole body somehow in her hair.
That's what he
Jacob
said.
told her to write down everything that happened on Wednesday. Well,
And
prior to that,
yes.
do you know if he did write it down?
The one we wrote like rapidly was the one on Friday.
Rapidly?
Well, no, rapidly was, huh?
Why was Hartford missing from that on Friday? On Friday, both of you seem to miss Hartford, both of you.
When
And
we
it's pretty
didn't,
clear that you're dumping trash all over the city and not have it in your mind to say, no, we weren't Hartford dumping trash. That is not there. And that's one thing we pressed you on after your arrest. You actually finally gave it to us.
can I show you
Yeah.
that complete one?
Yeah.
To show the one I did, or is that not supposed to show?
Yeah, I mean, the idea that they're saying.
Or even, and so this is right, it's like Hartford,
Okay, I don't
that's a
know.
pretty
I didn't-
important, that's where we found everything.
Okay,
That's,
I know, but I didn't.
That's what led this to you now.
I know, that's why
And
I'm
that's-
true.
It looks bad, it looks
She
bad.
did one for you after Andy, or you did one for you.
You do? Okay.
Well, because what I did, I went through my AT&T account to my daughter's, well,
Sorry.
to my daughter's phone, my mom's phone. So in between information of the people that I know I talked that day, I said, please send me screenshots. I forward them to Andy because I don't have it. And I went and then because I don't remember, like, I'm so shocked, I don't remember. So I said, why I spoke with my mom 16 minutes? So I called, my mom is here. I said, Mommy, what did we talk about? And she said, we talked about you coming to my house.
Sure. That one's, yeah, this one's 3 hours.
Yeah. Still red.
Still going?
Yeah, still red. Red beans.
Yeah, still going.
read that. So we are, looks like we're at 2:20.
I mean, I don't know what you're gonna propose, but I just don't think I don't think you can bring it back. I don't think she knows. I don't think she knows.
She's very adamant about Starbucks in West Hartford. Why, if I was gonna go around the city with Richie Colangelo because we want to make sure to dump all of our trash overseas, I would remember that for the rest of my life. It wouldn't just slip my mind.
We're gonna do more things.
We got her.
Unless she's legitimately on the phone, talking and texting, and she's not paying attention.
Right. I mean,
And then
she's
when
outside the car, she's come with me.
She was?
She's,
She was outside the
She
phone?
was open, her door was open, she's outside, and she's on the ground.
Her story was that she dropped gum and she realized it was sticky and she.
Yeah, she wanted
her door leaned out.
Pick up her gum when she dropped.
She's the one person in the world that ever.
Especially when you get on.
I mean, maybe she is, but you know.
I think there's a bit of self-preservation too.
Yeah, right, because she's thinking.
But to have a point, the Hartford thing wasn't on any of this. And it
Correct.
sure
We
you
had
had
a press
something
conference.
already.
And we didn't find
Until they showed her picture.
We didn't find any notes of the 22nd, which is what the attorney told us to recreate it. And he said Wednesday for Fotis. What we ended up finding was Friday and Saturday for both of them.
Right.
But Hartford's not an either.
Why?
Well, you know why? Because they really right now. They think we're smart.
But that's just the question.
Now we found out, because look, that's why he shaved his head, leave this hole, but didn't think about, dumping the trash, leave this hole in there.
Right. And then I just believe that they won't start to cover that sometime area. We're up in Albany, that's right by Albany Ave. So that's why we're there.
Wait, that's it, we were at this summer. No, it's over there.
Oh, that's good.
We're still here with, let's take it for a hike tomorrow. Let's go for a.
Yeah, let's go for here, why not?
So what do you think about that West Hartford story?
But here's the thing, the guy in West Hartford, but here's the thing, I mean, honestly, I don't know. She's great there.
Sorry.
You were
What? You were talking about the Harvard thing.
Yeah, another thing, I don't know if this helps, when Karen on Tuesday in the morning, or when before going supposedly to New Canaan, Fotis also said to Pared, write a timeline. And Pared said, why have to write a timeline? No, I memorized everything, I know it by. So Fotis was making us make timelines.
Of what?
Of that day, I don't know.
Of which day? Wednesday?
Friday. Because,
But Pavel question, like, why do I have to do this?
yes,
He was confused.
and this was in the kitchen. And
Pavel was there. There was the three of you having a conversation, this one picture.
Yes.
And which day was this? Do you remember?
Monday was Memorial Day, no? So this was Tuesday?
Tuesday? The following Tuesday.
Yes. When Javier, I guess, came to the office, or at some point during the morning.
That's normal for the office,
Yes.
like routinely, he shows up, goes to the office, that's normal.
No, this wasn't in the office, this was in the kitchen. It was a
Is it normal for Pavel to be in the house like that?
Yes,
Normally?
because he takes the keys and it's in the drawer to pick up the car that he's taking, and
Where's-
usually we're sleeping, he comes in.
Where does he leave his keys? Does he ever leave his keys with the house? With you guys?
In his car or inside his bedroom.
I'm just trying to figure out patterns of behavior, that's all.
Yeah, no. And Fotis did say, right, he said, I was here, and I said, no, I have it in my mind, I don't need to write anything. That I remember happening. So yes, Fotis wanted us to do a timeline because supposedly Jacob told him.
Did Fotis tell you what, hey, you know what, do the timeline, but don't say anything about Hartford, about throwing the trash?
Well, that's what you asked me. No, he said, let's do a highlight.
You don't smart like Andy? Wow.
Oh.
I came up with the same question Andy did, so I feel smart.
No, he just said,
Yeah, like write what you did, so you don't forget. He kept saying that, like write what you did, so you don't forget.
Did he go over it with you after you had written?
No,
Did you guys, did he compare notes with you? Did he guide you in writing that? Did he guide
no,
you?
but he did go like, okay, what's
Is it
the
highlight?
we ate?
Just saying, highlight your money might be dropped off trash. If he's telling you, hey, see that
No, he said, so at what time you eat? And I said, I don't know, 12, 1, 2.
but you put, what you're telling us tonight is you did not see Fotis in the morning, correct? You wrote.
No, this was like on Sunday when we wrote.
Weekend.
This is
Right,
on the
when you're-
weekend when we write that time.
Right, so you're writing the timeline that you saw Fotis in the morning, you guys took a shower together, you guys had breakfast, and in this interview today, you haven't seen him. So what I'm asking you is,
We had breakfast.
in the original timeline, you saw Fotis. Yes.
In your notes, the point Michelle was being made is that when you and John and I first talked, you told us you got up and you took a shower with Fotis. You guys had breakfast, and a lot of this stuff is in the timeline that Fotis wrote. I believe that's what
Breakfast, I don't remember.
now you've changed that for a show, so we're trying to see.
But breakfast,
No, you probably.
lunch, yes.
Alright, who wrote this?
That's not, yeah. That's not.
Detective Kimball, I paused the video at 2:26:36. Could you just indicate for the jury what you're showing the defendant at this point?
I am showing her a photograph on my phone of a timeline that we believe was written by Fotis Dulos.
Okay, and I can just have states 74 and 75. Do it closer.
You're not up close.
I'm handing you state 75. You can just take a look at that. What is state 75?
This is a single sheet, double-sided, handwritten timeline for Friday, the 24th, and for Saturday, the 25th, 5/25/2019.
Okay. Does that appear to be a photocopy or an original?
This appears to be original.
And is that what you were showing the defendant on your phone?
A photograph of this, yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Photograph of this exhibit, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Could I just ask the witness to just hold that document up so I don't have to come up there, just split up me so I can see which one it is? Thank you.
And actually, I'll ask you to show it to the jury as well.
Both sides?
Yes, sir. Now, did the defendant, you've indicated that you interviewed the defendant also in August, is that correct?
Correct.
And did you show the defendant a handwritten or a photocopy of a handwritten timeline in August?
Yes.
Okay. And hand you state 74. And before you open it, did the defendant identify which timeline she had written to you?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that you take out that timeline and show that to the jury, Mr. Shulman.
Okay. This is number 74.
74. And which of these three documents did the defendant identify as having been written by her?
These two.
Okay. Directing your attention to the document that's in your right hand, could you just hold that up for the jury? You okay, John?
Yes.
Yes, could you just somehow identify that, since there's three separate sheets in that same envelope, which one, please, for the record, please?
This is a photocopy of a handwritten timeline beginning at 6:40 a.m.
That's enough, I think.
And I'm actually going to ask you if you could just indicate to the jury the last time entry on that timeline which the defendant entered.
Last time entry is 5:10.
Is there any mention of dumping trash in that timeline?
There is not.
Just going to return this to the clerk, Your Honor. And we're going to pick the video back up at 2:26:36.
Sister, did you write this code?
No, that's not my
Okay,
handwriting.
okay, last one I'm asking you. How about this? Did you write that?
That's not my handwriting.
Do you recognize that handwriting? Okay, so Saturday looks like Fotis wrote the Saturday document?
What's that?
Okay, I'm just labeling it for the video. So Saturday, 5:25, that looks like Fotis' handwriting to you? Is that okay? And I'm only showing parts. This also, that's not your writing?
No, my writing, that's Fotis.
Okay, so Fotis wrote the Friday and the Saturdays.
Of his timeline, not mine.
Well, this is actually, it has elements of both of you. Right.
Pero he wrote it, not me. That's not my
Well, that's why
handwriting.
I'm
Right,
asking.
we were asking because Fotis is
Where
he's writing, it doesn't writing, it doesn't say I, it says,
Oh, wow.
It says Michelle.
That's him. Like,
Michelle, where would your letter be?
yeah, where'd you?
can I show you?
No, did you?
The one you wrote with Jamie.
The one that you wrote, in the, with that step for the Tuesday, did you leave it at the house?
He photocopied and he put it in a bag, in
In a
a
briefcase?
suitcase, yes. In a bag, in a black suitcase,
Okay.
with a computer of his own.
How many computers normally in that suitcase?
What was that? Computer. That, Young was a guy that worked for Fotis, but he's stopped working for Fotis.
So it's a Guillaume
Last year.
computer, it's just a computer.
Bueno, it's a computer of photo, but we call it Guillaume's computer because
Okay,
it's
so
a
it's
computer.
just, gotcha.
How many computers are normally in that suitcase?
That suitcase is Fotis and I never opened it. That always
It has
was in the
room for
office.
three suitcases, three laptops.
But I have my computer, that you guys have it. Fotis was his computer, then that was Guillaume's.
That bag was Guillaume's,
No, the computer.
the computers.
There's one, well, it's photo, but we call it Guillaume's. It was the computer that Guillaume used to use while he would work for photo.
So what I'm trying to say is that we found the bag, we found photograph copies of this letter, by the way. And normally, are there one or more computers in that bag?
I don't know
You
because
don't know. That's
was
what,
for mine.
I don't know the perfectly reasonable answer, that's why we're asking.
And there's another big computer all in the office that I do all the photoshops, the pictures, because it's the only one that has programs.
Does Pavel have a computer?
Yes.
Where did he get that computer and when did he get that computer?
Well, they worked for Fotis before I met them, so I don't know.
So you don't know.
Perfect, so you said you.
And Andy, there was another guy working, Fotis called Andy,
Lewis,
and he was there that week. He went for a day, I think Tuesday or Wednesday to work on his budget for what Fotis doing. And but I did see Andy in the office on Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't remember.
So you said you made a photocopy of the letter you wrote, where did the original letter now? Because if you made a copy of it, and you put the copy in the thing, where's the letter?
The letter
Yeah.
is the one that I gave you.
That's the one you wrote with the other attorney
the day after.
I didn't write anything with Canaan.
No, you wrote it because
Because Fotis told me
Fotis,
that Jacob
right, yeah.
said, right on time,
and you have your original, you have it?
and I have,
She gave it to us.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was wondering, if you left your original there or what, that's what I was
I
asking.
put it
No,
in
thank you,
my
now
notes.
we got it.
And I took it with me, and there was a copy supposedly, maybe there's not, did you find my copy in that
I
bag?
don't know, I wasn't there, so we can't really answer that.
Can you talk about Andy Loomis? You brought his name up
No, because he was there on Tuesday or Wednesday for a
after,
day.
okay? You had, what was the last time? Before. Before Jennifer missing, or the Tuesday after Memorial Day?
I think it was before.
Before. And prior to that time, when was the last time you saw Andy Loomis? Is it frequent he comes by, or?
You know, he used to work for
Yeah.
He was hired, full-time job. When I was in Colorado, apparently Fotis said, Andy, I cannot pay you. I didn't know until I arrived because I asked him, where's Andy?
How long ago was that?
What?
That you're talking about?
No, this is in March.
March. Well, yeah, this is good. So back to March, Andy Lewis is gone with the business. With the business.
From Ford Group.
You for Ford Group.
Yes.
Since March till Jennifer's disappearance, is Andy come around often? Do you see him? How was his relationship with Fotis was?
Work. With Fabian, he has a better, stronger relationship because he knows Fabian used to be the one that would do his walls of the house. So he would be like an independent contractor. And then Fotis hired him to be like a project manager.
Andy.
I mean, no, Fabian.
So what I'm asking is from March, when Fotis lets Andy go from the business.
Yes, I probably
When was the
saw
last time you
Fabian
saw? Yeah.
maybe 3 times more in my life.
Was it unusual that he was there on that Tuesday?
No, for what Fotis said, I called Andy, so he pays him by the day, I guess, I don't know.
Okay.
But I called Andy to help me work on the Pablo Ruiz budget.
Okay. Does Loomis and Pavel, do they dirt bike together? I don't know if he just brings them back, you guys have a lot of property.
Pavel's bike, the Honda that he's driving, and you can see it's mine, it's under my name.
Does he go back there with any friends other than you?
Two.
And Pavel, you and Fotis go back there.
I only treated Pavel only one time.
One time.
That was this road.
Okay.
This big loop, only one time, and that was like 3 weeks ago.
What was it?
I don't ride with
I thought I'm just kind of losing track here, but the 15 times. What was
with Fotis and me.
Smaller route.
Gotcha. All right, I don't want to get.
Of the 15 times, some of them, there was 1 or 2 of the big large.
Gotcha.
Right.
And then you mentioned Pavel goes back there too.
Only one
Only
time
one time
with me.
with you. That you know of.
That I know, and I think he supposed it for what his impression was, that my impression that I got from him, that he'd never been there before.
Was it just you and him, or Fotis was there as well?
When we went in the mountain, no, that's him, I'm gonna go with Fabian.
Okay, so when you guys did that, did you stop and take in the sights anywhere and walk around, or you just?
Oh, I mean, yes,
Right.
stop it, like if I fall, if Fotis fall, which with the 3 of us we fell at some point in one of the,
But you didn't stop and spend time in a certain area, or you just rode, fell down the road?
yes.
So after Friday, the 24th, has he been on his dirt bike back there? Has he been going back, right, he's doing this?
Not that I know.
Okay. He came back from the backwoods dirty, you know, sweating.
When Fotis dirt bikes, does he wear anything on his hands?
Yes, we all.
So does he wear?
And we just got him in Miami.
He did, what kind of gloves, you know?
What brand?
Yeah, or what color? Are they
Black.
black? Are they
It's like.
rubber? Are they leather?
Mine are leatherish, and it has protections here, mine.
Okay.
And I think he bought the same like mine.
I think it's
So black leather gloves?
or grayish. Either two. No, because he just got them. He used to use my bicycle gloves that are gray with black, that are
Do
Trek.
they have any markings or any like?
Trek.
Trek.
The brand Trek, they were my
Oh, Trek.
Trek. My bicycle gloves, because at some point he lost his gloves and I gave him my bicycle gloves. But those are not moto gloves, they're bicycle.
Right, so they don't have fingers.
They don't have, no, they do have the fingers, they don't have the protections for moto.
Okay, when did you lose those gloves?
No, a year ago.
What brand are his knee gloves?
She's not sure.
I don't know, it can be Fox, it can be KTM. The equipment of KTM, I got it to give when he bought the motor as a gift. The black pants with the stripes and an orange shirt.
The photos generally, there's black leather gloves when you go.
The new ones that he got, if they're not leather, they're kind of, but they're more like not neoprene, they're like a little bit stretchy.
So we talked about what happened Saturday after Jennifer went missing. What did you guys do on Sunday?
Sunday?
Yeah.
Sunday, he went to meet Eugene, supposedly.
Who's Gene?
Eugene, his lawyer. Me, at 11, I was having brunch at La Salle in Collinsville with Nicole, Hatch, Aaron, Quinn, and Jules. Quinn and Jules are their daughter and son.
Mm-hmm.
We ate there. Then we probably stayed there like an hour. Then I took Nicole to a place that they sell, I gave you the receipt, I don't remember the name, something Jake cake or something like that. So she got a muffin in like a popsicle, a cake popsicle in Canton. And then we went to the pond, Nicole and I. We relaxed, we stayed there. In the morning I prepared a Greek salad because we were going to do eat at the pond.
Mm-hmm.
So I did that in the morning, sorry. Then I went to eat brunch. Then we went to buy a popsicle, whatever this thing is. We went to the pond. We stayed there all day. I water skied. That I wasn't in the mood, I couldn't, but Hatch said, go, come on, I was crying. So he said, go. So Hatch and Greg got in the boat. He said, do you want to do the course? He said, I'm not, my head is not to do the course. I just want to free ski. So I free ski. Then Nicole was hungry. We went to the marketplace. We had lunch. We came back to the pond. Nicole invited a friend. The dad brought Charlotte, Nicole's friend. They were paddle boarding. I was just hanging there. At some point, Fotis arrived. He water skis. Then Aaron gives me a menu to order pizza. So what type of pizza? I order a salad. I wasn't really hungry. I order a pizza for Nicole and the friend. Aaron goes and get the pizza, comes back, we all ate. It was Aaron, Greg, Hodge, Fotis, Charlotte, Nicole, and I.
Aaron is Hutch's wife.
Yes. And then by probably 8, we left to the house. Maybe a little bit earlier.
Whose idea was it to have brunch?
Hodge wanted to have brunch. Oh, no, wait. They were going on a bicycle ride, and they said, you want to go? I said, no, Nicole doesn't do 20 miles of bicycle, so I'll go in the car. I didn't want to stay in the house, that's the truth.
Why?
Oh, I was scared. I was like, worried.
About what?
Jennifer disappeared, and like, she's gonna come and she's gonna like kill me and Nicole. That's what was in my head.
You thought Jennifer was gonna come and kill you and Nicole?
One of the thoughts, yes, that was one of my thoughts.
What would make you think that? You've only seen her once and that was car to car.
Because apparently she had all this illness, and for what Fotis said that she was very angry, she was throwing motions every time. So I always felt, and I actually one time went to a police like a year ago and I went to the court, but this is like a year ago, and said I'm worried about my safety of me and Nicole. But the police said that, and I have that paper in the house, so, and you can check it. I don't know if that's a record, but this is like a year ago. But can't help me do it.
Because of all the stuff that Fotis told you.
Yes. I'm like, okay, this woman is gonna come and kill me because I'm like,
Okay, so you're at the lake and so Fotis shows up.
yes, and he said I spent time, because he went to New York.
Did he get
That's what he told me.
to see his children?
And the police was there, he called the police, it took me an hour, he couldn't see the kids. Fotis told me he called the police, and the police came in New York City.
The police got called on him.
Okay, I don't know.
And what was did he get to see his children? And what was his mood like when he came back?
He was supposedly concerned,
But he wasn't,
not crying.
and was he angry?
Concerned, angry,
Concerned,
and he
angry?
couldn't take the kids because in his mind he was gonna bring the kids. He told me, I'm gonna bring the kids. So he didn't come with the kids. I guess that's why he was upset, angry, concerned. I don't know.
Which one is it?
I don't know. Maybe he was upset.
Did he indicate to you he was upset?
I could, well, now I don't know.
You've been with him?
Yeah, when I saw his face, he was like upset, like disappointed.
Did you ask him any questions?
Yes, and so what happened? No, I didn't see them. I know that they have a bodyguard. The police came. One of the police came down and said that there was a bodyguard. That's how we knew. That Lauren and two other people were there. So he told me he never knew what the other people were. And then I think he met Eugene. That's why he was, for what he told me, 5 hours, 6 hours, maybe more.
And at any point, so when you two initially greeted each other,
What is good? And I say hello.
yeah, were you friendly? I mean, was it?
Oh, I hugged him, yes.
Did you say anything to him? Jokingly or otherwise?
I think I told him I love him. I hugged him. I'm like, did you see that? And then I asked him, did you see the kids? And then he said, we were all sitting there. It wasn't only just me. It was Aaron was sitting there. Okay. No, I'm not excited. I feel like we won't be here.
No, if we didn't, we wouldn't be here right now.
Okay.
But did you ask him if he thought that you two would be able to have sex in jail?
Yes, I said that was a joke.
Why would you say that as a joke?
Because he said the police could have arrested me in New York, and I said, well, if you get arrested, can I have, how do you know? Yes,
They talked to other people, we heard it.
well, Greg was there. Greg, Aaron, and I think Hodge. We were all there in the grass.
So the jail crowd was about what just happened in New York.
In New York?
Yes.
It's not about anything else. You mentioned a girl named Kim earlier, is that Kim Rose?
Yes. That's a mom
I know she is.
of Laura that we went out.
She's the cousin of Mike Rose, the attorney.
Yes. Yeah. No, you know why I think I said that? I think someone said, well, Fotis, you could go to jail because the first suspect is a husband. I think now what you're saying. I think someone said that. And I said, as a joke, because I'm usually stupid and I joke, I said, oh, can you have sex in the jail? And we all laugh. That's how that joke became. A stupid joke. I'm sorry about that.
So the search warrants were done.
Which search?
On the houses and your phones and everything.
And the swabs.
The swabs.
Your fingerprints.
Remember when you
Oh,
pulled out?
that was in the night.
Yeah, I know, but remember when all that stuff was done, so they've done search warrants on the house that you lived in.
But before that, they did, you
They
guys
did the body, yep, you and Fotis, right?
Yes,
They took your cell phones,
yes.
so after all that was done, did he have a conversation with you as to why
Why what?
it was done? What did he say to
I
that?
was upset, I'm like, why? And
Did you talk with him?
we were staying, he got a hotel, and we were actually staying, he got 2 rooms, and I said, no, I'm sleeping with my mom and Nicole, I'm not sleeping with you. So we said, please then sleep with you guys. And I said, yeah, on the sofa. So me, Nicole, and my mom, we've been sleeping in the bed. He slept in the sofa outside, but because he had the lights on, he closed the door. Obviously, I was with Nicole, putting her to sleep, hugging her, whatever you do as a mom. He wanted to go and rent a car because I had to come here and see Andy. I said, and he said, I'll take you. I'm like, no. Andy said, and I called Andy. I said, Andy, is it good that Fotis come to me or with me? That he drives me? He said, I'd rather not. I'd rather have you come alone. And I kept saying, and he said, no, I'll go with you. And did he come with me? Well, I know you came down. At the end, we didn't come. Andy came to the hotel. We went to rent a car in Enterprise because he was pushy. He rented this blue that is still there, the car in the hotel. He drives the blue car. Well, I don't remember if I drove the blue or I don't know. We drove the 2 cars back, the Yukon.
Michelle, before you go, what I think Allison asked you is,
Oh, sorry.
did you ask him, hey, why the heck is all this happening?
Yes,
What did he
all
say?
the time.
What did
He
he
said,
say?
I don't know, but everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry. I'm like, what do you mean? There's Jennifer missing. We don't know where she is. We're like sleeping in a hotel. I have to bring my mom. Like travel all the way here. Nicole is like in the middle of exams, which I was concerned telling Andy. It's like too much. Like and like what's gonna happen? Like my question is always what's gonna happen, because I don't know what's gonna happen. And I still don't know what's gonna happen. And he kept saying, it's okay, stay strong, it's gonna be okay. Like that's what he kept saying to me. And I'm like, okay, but I was upset.
Was he talking, sorry, so was he talking to
And I thought-
anybody? Was he talking with you, phone calls
With
to
his
Pavel, to the guy from, New Fairfield, whatever the guy's name was? Hartford. Was he talking to Nick? Was he talking to Pavel? Was he
I don't know.
No, but when he's been, it sounds like he's on the phone, talking to anybody
Yes,
that.
no, he's talking all the time on the phone. And he was, each time that you guys took the phone, he would go, his first mission was to go and get a phone. Which even my mom said, why? And he got 2 phones, and there's 2 phones in the
Who got a new
hotel.
phone? Who did he call to give his new number?
Sorry?
Who did he call when he got a new phone? To make sure they had.
He said Jacob and no G.
Jacob and January.
And like me, I always stick with my mom phone. I just got a phone like 2 days ago. Like, I didn't even want to talk to anyone. Because Jacob says if the police calls you, don't answer. They'll leave a message. 2 times the police called me. And they left a message, I didn't hear them. And you guys have the phone? The voicemails are there. And then the reporter started calling. And I didn't want, and I'm like, I don't want phone. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to be in this mess.
I'm sure you don't. You definitely don't. We're trying to help you guys.
At any point, while all this is going on, did you at any point think that he did it?
Disinformation, yes.
No.
That's.
That weekend. That weekend before.
Before you got arrested.
Oh, before
Yes.
she disappeared?
No.
Before.
Let's put it this way, before Memorial Day. at any point? It was probably after Memorial Day,
I mean,
you started to see my.
I did have maybe one, like all of those million questions, because I said it can be the mom that wants it, because supposedly the mom also is crazy and was in a psychiatric and tried to kill her. I have so much information that maybe it's a lie.
Did you get it from?
From Fotis.
Okay.
He told me that in the report it says that the mom at 69 committed almost suicide, but what she didn't suicide herself.
Did you ever actually see that report?
No.
Physically see it and read it?
No,
So this is just him?
Because this report is in Mike Rowe's office, because supposedly it's sealed. But this is all what Fotis told me. I don't know if it's true or not. He told me that the woman at 79 tried to kill herself, she couldn't, and she ended up in a psychiatric for 3 months. That the sister who was bipolar was in 7,000 of treatment of medication. That Jennifer was borderline personality, depression, and a slightly eating disorder. Minimum, I don't know, this is all what he told
So
me.
Michelle, your gut,
Okay, so
listen to the
going
question.
back to this your question.
In your gut, in your mind, in your heart, your stomach, based on what you know, not what we've told you, what do you think has happened to Jen?
No, but Fotis killed her. That's what.
So now your feelings that Fotis killed
Oh, you're
Jennifer?
telling me? Okay,
No,
now
what-
I feel
no.
yes. My God says yes.
If you're, were you married before, or just you had a common child?
No.
So
With
the mother of your daughter, the father of your
I
child.
have a very good relationship. He's
Those are
actually
the-
coming.
Okay, good relationship or bad relationship?
Yes.
If he goes missing, how do you react? If hypothetically, if they said, hey, the whole dad is
I'm
missing,
in Argentina looking.
you try to help,
You leave the country and fly to Argentina if you found out that the father of your child was missing.
Yes.
okay?
Of course. And actually, he wants to come. He's been calling me
Okay.
every day.
Now-
Should I go, Michi? Should I
Just
leave?
listen to this first.
So, Fotis is, assuming
We
the
actually
ex-wife
it's the opposite.
goes missing, he gets an attorney, doesn't want to help, and then tells everyone not to talk to the police. Would you
That
do that?
attorney said to me not to talk to
Okay,
the police.
is that normal? Would you do that? Would you do that?
I thought it was, in my mind, no. I agree with you, yes, of
Right,
course.
you're in it, you got television, they're all around you, I understand.
No, in my mind, if I would have been told this, I would have gone and
Did
be
you say that in
searching.
Fotis?
No, I didn't. But because this has been 2 years of torture
Well, it was
for what Fotis
divorce,
told me.
yes,
Was
divorces
the
are bad,
divorce.
I understand.
But my parents are divorced and they're together like best friends, and I never went through torture like this.
So that's rare.
Oh,
It's nice. It's refreshing.
we've been sleeping in the same room. I mean, they celebrate still their anniversary.
Well,
Okay.
how has it been hell for you? With their divorce going on? Why has it been hell for you?
Because Fotis gets angry each time he comes from court. He's upset because on the weekends that obviously I cannot be with the kids, and because Judge Heller, the last court order was that the kids spend a Saturday or Sunday, I don't remember which days, 6 hours in Farmington, so I have to move out of the house.
So you're not allowed to be around,
No, I can't. I
does
cannot.
that make you angry?
No, because I have to change. I have to look for plans on the weekend.
Absolutely.
So that's
It's
why I went
an
one
inconvenience.
weekend to New York. I took Nicole to stop. Another weekend I went to Boston, and I took her to the Ballet of Boston. Another weekend we went to Rhode Island.
So you and Nicole.
Yes, and then Fotis appears at night because he spends time with the kids, and then he sleeps at
It
night.
seems like your personal life is getting uprooted during these visits, and you have to go elsewhere, and that's a huge inconvenience.
Of course.
And I'm sure it
I have
causes
to check
tension.
my day-by-day life.
And I'm sure it causes tension between Fotis
I
and
we
business.
fight all the
But I'm
time.
divorced, all of it, I'm divorced, I have a common child, and it's a big inconvenience. But I'm just looking for, nothing for you, but maybe that's a motivator for Fotis to get rid of Jennifer, make his life easier, his relationship easier, he get the kids.
Well, let's
He can remove that whole side.
Yeah, now then I'm like a
I'm not blaming you, I'm just saying, he loves you and it's causing tension. God,
No, but you
But
said
goddamn,
no, maybe
what does he say about her?
He's saying that he wants
I
to.
mean, obviously,
Yeah.
he gets angry, right? So what does he say about Jennifer? You know,
Yeah.
the effing swear
I never-
words,
I never
and everyone's,
thought- Yes, I never thought she was gonna do this to me. I never saw her this side of her. Sometimes I hope she disappears.
And I've said that about my last situation.
Yeah, and that in my head doesn't work, because with me and Gaston, we call that, we travel together, we do vacations together.
That's the way it should be. That's wonderful co-parenting.
Right, because
And Gaston has been staying for Jefferson two times with Fotis and us, and we've been in Miami, the four of us together. With Nicole, Gaston, Fotis, and me.
That's wonderful co-parenting.
Like, in my mind, that's why Fotis is like, what?
For the
Oh, and I really like Gaston. He's a super nice guy. I mean, if I have to choose another father, I choose him 100 million times. I'm not gonna change.
And that's the normal thing to say. That's normal.
Yeah, I love him. I love him as a person and a father and a daughter. So.
But Fotis didn't feel that way about
No, she.
You said that he said he wanted her to go away. Or disappear?
Yeah, but
You say things in jest. No one thinks it's really gonna happen.
Yeah, how many times I say, like, I wanna kill myself.
I can show my work and I can say, thank God Johnny's out here, he's gone. Like, I wish, we get mad at each other.
In Spanish, there's a saying, and I say it all the time to my daughter, but don't arrest me for it. I say, I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
You know what I
that's what I was saying before.
Yeah, I have 4 kids, I know.
Right.
And she go, and
So
she
people
and
say
she laughed because they're like, how are you
because
gonna
you
kill
don't
me?
have
I'm
that-
like, I'm gonna kill you with a lot of kisses. Like, they're playing, like, I make a joke. But, I mean, yes, sometimes I say it. And yes, and Fotis always.
Thinking about something is one thing, it's when you
I know, yeah, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna kill no one.
So, are you, maybe tomorrow you can take these guys and show them with the moto?
There's flood producing coordinated through the water company and all that stuff.
Yeah.
There's no water company.
Well, it's a resident property, so I'm not sure the let you. Technically, you guys own that property? No, so I figure some type of, regional water. So we gotta make sure we're going the right way.
It's the DMV, something like
Yeah,
that.
She thinks it's the permanent mark.
Yeah, you think
So we'll just set that out on our end.
the word income.
So in the
Yes.
We'll figure that out, but the bottom line is that you'd be willing to go with some people to show us where you're talking about.
The only thing that through the woods, we're gonna have to do it walking, it's gonna take us probably like 2 hours.
That's fine. For the path's wide enough for a vehicle or for
No,
a truck?
for the gravel, yes, the gravel is easy.
Part of it's gravel under the power lines.
Well, it's like under the power lines, but it kind of have like another
Have you ever,
road.
those little gators, so like this little mini vehicle, 4-wheel drive vehicles?
Yes,
Or ATVs? for the
that fits.
That
Not
works.
in the woods, no, because there's a lot of
I think
roads.
it should be one.
Yeah.
But take it slowly. So, that's not.
Go through you.
I'll call you in.
Right.
But Andy, you're coming with me, so.
So we're moving. I have to be in court first thing tomorrow morning, so if this is gonna happen.
It probably takes some more time.
Yeah, I mean, pulling resources, the water park.
What if we go with 2 guys that knows motor and we go behind them?
Well,
We'll just.
in a perfect world, yes, but.
We'll figure the logistics out.
So when do you wanna do this? When?
As soon as we can.
Tomorrow, Saturday, Saturday.
Tomorrow's that?
No, tomorrow's Friday.
Right.
Yeah, no.
Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, whatever.
Alright. Saturday I can't. Tomorrow I'm in court first thing in the morning, which I could try to, get done quickly. Yeah.
Which court?
No.
Don't
take care of that.
Don't do that.
Don't you wanna take care of it? I mean, if you want, go. I can get out of there. Hopefully I'll be able to get out of there.
When you get there, just text me and I'll tell them to give you whatever date you want to get you done. It's easy.
Well, I don't have that much clothes, guys. I would like to start home with
Yeah, she's homeless, she has no
So what do you
clothes.
want to arrange now?
So, and I have this thing in the foot that I cannot put a boot, so
You might set something up.
Okay.
so, but I need another shoes, otherwise I don't have clothes, I don't like.
So I don't know how we can here, bring her in and let her go.
what she wants her to show.
Okay.
That's great, good goals, right?
I can give you, that's another thing I have to ask, can I give you like a list because Nicole is sitting on the.
They're gonna let you go in. If you don't care, they're gonna let you go in.
Oh, it's fine, okay.
Is it, can I take Nicole or it's like a mess, like everything's
Yeah,
like.
probably better not to take that one, but in case, talk to her about what she wants, and see if look, say, if I can go and get you whatever you want, what would you get? And
No,
if you
and
get it
I
for
all
her,
the ski
if
equipment.
you get it for her, then you
is
surprise her, that way we'll try and get it done for you. But I'd rather her not.
Because if she goes and there is something, it's not gonna be a good sight.
Is the house like a mess, like upside down?
I think so, they're pretty neat.
They use that, I understand what they're saying, if there's something in there that is a surprise and it's terrible, you don't want
Yeah,
it.
it is.
Okay, no, I'll go wherever it takes me.
When
The most important is take her ski equipment out of there because she's going to Argentina and she's training.
Listen, they just told you, you're gonna go in and get it,
yeah,
okay? So you're, it's very.
so I can plan ahead for those guys out there, I mean, what time frame would you be looking at? I just gotta make some calls, you know.
Yeah, that is something.
My only responsibility now is take Nicole to school. But I think you have the schedule, but she has school tomorrow.
I don't know what I'm thinking about.
Can I ask my mom?
Yeah, or no.
Well, if she has school, she starts at 8, so again, same, 6:40, well,
I'll have time after we finish to call them.
Yeah, well, we have guys there, I just want to keep that, we'll figure it out, give them the time when they're showing up, and talk to the state's attorney, this is good. You know, just build, just escort her through whatever, get whatever she needs to get.
And then we'll find a day where we can all go for a little higher.
Is it gonna be tomorrow?
Hopefully.
Well, my only thing is if we go on that. If not, it doesn't matter.
That's what I mean.
I'm just saying that if we found something.
Doesn't take.
No.
But this part we can do in a car, because we're not gonna walk all this is gonna take forever.
I'll get some weight, so.
Yeah.
Well, I lost already 3 kilos. This we can do in a car, this is the part that we need a moto or walk. Because this is in between the trees, there's a log. I mean, this part we can do perfectly in car, and this takes car maybe 5 minutes. Well, there's a part that we go, I think, yes, we can.
So set it up, or
We'll get it figured out.
do you wanna see if they wanna do that?
Yeah, I can call, they're there, so holding the house, so they just have
Might
to
be a little swinging by the way home to get the stuff she wants.
But I have to pick up Nicolette
We better get going. Where is she? It's
in the school.
You gotta go. You gotta now.
Well, I know, but we do.
No, what I'm saying, we gotta do that, let's do it. It's not me.
I'll call up there.
But.
We'll do it, we'll coordinate. Yeah, we'll fix that, we won't do it today, we'll do it tomorrow.
Yes,
You're gonna pick her up, you're gonna be with her,
You know what?
spend her time with tonight. Don't do that, be a mom tonight. Tomorrow you drop her off at school, we'll figure the rest out.
Yeah.
Right?
Because otherwise I go to work to you.
Perfect.
And I don't wanna, and then the house, I'm not gonna go with you. Is it okay?
You can go with the house.
But you guys are gonna ask me questions?
No.
Nobody's gonna ask you anything,
No.
you're gonna get the stuff you
You're gonna
want.
get your stuff, aren't you? Isn't that what you want?
Get Nicole stuff, and
Yeah.
if I can
And
take things
yes.
from me, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
You
you.
won't talk, you'll ask questions,
Okay.
we'll figure out what time. you're
But
gonna
I have to get the suitcase, all the boots, helmet, so I'm gonna have to walk.
Yeah, and just keep in mind, you don't have to answer, like, we're not gonna be asking you questions, but don't ever feel compelled like you have to answer anything, you can think quiet.
Yeah.
Like, it's your right.
Tell us to be quiet if you want.
Tell us, yeah,
Yeah.
if you want complete silence, we're not gonna say anything.
No, but
It's your right.
if Andy's not there, they're not gonna talk to you tomorrow.
Look, we're not trying to do
Is it gonna
anything
be-
bad to you, we just wanna find Jennifer, and if you can
And
help
you're
us,
not
that's
gonna put
wonderful.
like, okay, my fingerprints and stuff like that.
That's already done. Yeah.
You're done, you're ready to do, you're helping us at this
You're helping us, in which.
We're walking with you.
No, but I seen the movies like, these are like the typical setups.
No, there's no sense.
Have we treated you,
Have we in the room here done something different than what we told you ever? Other than when we took Fotis' second phone that first day? No, we've treated you well.
we're not going to, we want to find out.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Yeah, pressure. Thank you. Yeah, go get her, go. And then Andy will talk to you tomorrow when,
Okay,
you can go pick up stuff, okay?
okay, thank you. Can I take this as mine?
Yeah. 13, 15 hours, or 15, 19.
So you stay with the first
15,
part?
yeah. When you watch 15, yeah.
Detective Kimball, during the course of the interview, the defendant indicated to you that she and Mr. Dulos went to Starbucks on May 24, 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And were efforts made to investigate that and corroborate that?
yes,
And were you able to review surveillance footage from Starbucks from May 24, 2019?
yes,
And were the defendant and Mr. Dulos present in Starbucks?
yes, they were.
Would that have been before or after the trash was dumped?
That would have been after.
During the course of this interview, Pavel Gugliani's Toyota Tacoma was discussed. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Did the defendant ever indicate during this interview, June 6th, that that Toyota Tacoma was at 80 Mountain on May 24, 2019?
no, she did not.
Did you have occasion to interview the defendant again?
Yes,
What date?
August 13, 2019.
And between June 6, 2019 and August 13, 2019, did the investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos continue?
Yes, it did.
And did you learn additional information?
Yes, we did.
Did you have an opportunity to review surveillance footage and Fotis Dulos' phone?
Yes,
Did you have an opportunity to receive additional DNA information?
yes,
She was asked to participate in another interview, is that right?
yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Judge.
Thank you. This is a natural break. We will resume at 3:30. Please do not discuss the case.
All rise, this honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 2:30.
Hi, everyone. It's the COE here. We have another minute or so for this break, and then the trial will be resuming. I know some people are asking about the Koberger hearings. I do not believe we are airing those live because Joel is still getting over this cold. He is going to rest, and then him and I have plans with the kids and then plans with each other afterwards. So I just wanted to let you guys know we are probably not covering that live. I'm sure at some point he'll be doing some kind of show and update on that. I believe Court TV will have that live. One of those is a public hearing. The other one, I'm told, will not have cameras there. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. If you do want to watch that, I believe Court TV will be airing it live. I also wanted to thank everyone for being here. Thank you. Please hit the like button. I want to thank all of our new members, all of our new subscribers, and all of you that have been hanging out all day, every day since the trial started. We are on standby for the stream to come back up. And as soon as it pops up, we'll put it up here for you. Thank you so much. And I hope everyone has a great weekend. We're on standby.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. We can bring the jury in, please. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge. Yes.
Thank you. And you have concluded your direct examination, Attorney McGinnis.
I have, Judge.
Attorney Schoen.
Good afternoon, Detective, Officer Kimball, right? Westport Police?
Whatever you want to say, sir. Good afternoon, Attorney Schoen.
We've met before?
Yes.
We've spoken before?
Yes.
I may, because we've gone through the last couple of days, a lot of testimony, I may move around a bit, but I will try to keep in some semblance of order, so that'll be something that's easier to follow.
Okay.
So, getting back to your testimony, you were involved in interviewing Michelle on 3 separate occasions. Is that correct?
Yes.
The first was at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019, right?
Correct.
The second was on June 6th, 2019 at the law office of Attorney Andrew Bowman in Westport, correct?
Correct.
And the third time was on August 13th, 2019 at State Police Headquarters Troop G, right? In Bridgeport.
Correct.
The quality of the video at the New Canaan Police Department on June 2nd, 2019 is not quite what it was when you were using your own equipment on June 6th. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And although I'll get to in a minute, there were actually on June 6th 2 separate cameras recording from different angles. Is that right?
That is correct.
And then when I show you a clip, which we probably won't get to today, you will see a leg of a tripod closer to where you were sitting, and that would have been the so-called second camera. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
This first interview took place the night or the day after Michelle was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And that was an arrest for the charges relating to the what we see Mr. Dulos distributing trash in Albany Avenue in Hartford, correct?
Yes.
That's what she was under arrest for at that time, right?
Correct.
And you had prepared that warrant yourself, right?
Yes.
So you were involved in the investigation from almost from the very beginning, right?
Yes.
She was arrested at about 11 o'clock at night, right?
Yes, 11:15.
11:15 at night, in Avon at the Residence Inn.
Correct.
You weren't present for that, right?
That is correct, I was not.
There were other detectives who went to the Avon, Connecticut Residence Inn, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to answer yes or no.
Yes, yes.
And there were also uniformed state troopers who were there as well, correct?
Correct.
You were made aware that at the time that she was arrested, she was already in bed in pajamas, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
You were not aware of that, all right? But you were aware, you were at the New Canaan Police Department at the time she was actually placed under arrest, correct?
I don't know if I was at New Canaan at 11:15 p.m. I was there when she arrived on the 2nd.
All right, so that was going to be my next question. You were en route there at some point and got there before she was transported from Avon down to New Canaan, right?
Before she arrived in New Canaan, yes.
And just so that I'm clear, when you had applied for this warrant, you were at that time only accusing her of assisting Mr. Dulos with what happened in Hartford, right? The charges.
The charges were related to.
Right. And you didn't make the decision to have her brought from Avon down to New Canaan did you? You didn't make that decision, did you?
No, no.
And it's, many miles from Avon, Connecticut down to New Canaan, isn't it?
Yes.
It's at least an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours, right?
I don't know the approximate travel time, especially at night.
And she arrived at the New Canaan Police Station, however, sometime certainly after midnight, maybe closer to 1 a.m. Is that the best of your recollection?
That's my recollection is she arrived at 12:50 a.m. That's when I first saw her.
And I think your testimony was she had made arrangements then with her attorney to meet with you later on that day, right? Because it's early in the morning now, maybe 1 or 2 in the morning, and she made arrangements when her lawyer could be there, right?
When she first arrived, she hadn't made those arrangements, but they were made subsequent. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm answering your questions correctly. That's all.
She called her attorney, right? You have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
And the time that was set up was the time we see on the screen, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when it starts, right?
Yes.
When she was transported from Avon, you were aware that she was in the room with her, when she was arrested, she was in the room with her daughter, right?
I was not aware of that, no.
Well, did you have any input as to whether she should be arrested in front of her 12-year-old daughter or not?
I was going to object, Your Honor.
Well, grounds.
Assumes facts not in evidence, hearsay.
Well, the question is, did you have any input into the decision of having Michelle Troconis arrested in front of her daughter? Well, he would have personal knowledge as to whether he had input. But the other objection is hearsay. If the other objection is hearsay, that's overruled.
I had no input on whether she was arrested in front of her daughter, no.
You were not you were the investigating officer as of that date, correct?
I don't think I was the lead investigator as of the 1st of June.
Okay. There was a sergeant that you were aware of who was up in Avon that day, correct? State police sergeant?
Yes.
All right. And when Miss Troconis arrived in New Canaan, she was in handcuffs, wasn't she?
Yes.
And you were made aware, and you were aware that she was brought to New Canaan because that's where the state's attorney, Colangelo, had said she should be brought, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've interviewed many people over the years as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And you've actually received training in interrogation techniques, haven't you?
In an interview and interrogation technique.
And you've seen how people react when they're afraid, right?
Yes.
You've seen how sometimes people might be afraid, but they act calm, right?
Yes.
They sometimes are nervous, right?
I would expect them to be nervous at times, yeah.
Well, especially if it's a situation they're not used to, right?
That's a natural result, yeah.
Unknown situations for a lot of people if they suddenly find themselves in police custody.
Well, what is the question?
All right. People react differently in your experience when they find themselves in police custody. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes.
Once the interview started with Mr. Bowman present, right? Did you ever meet Attorney Bowman before?
Not before that day, no, sir.
Had you had any of the other officers in New Canaan who were there met him before?
I don't know.
Were you aware that he had been a lawyer for approximately 50 years?
No, I was not.
You didn't know that?
No.
Because I was going to ask, did you know that we were probably in high school or younger when he was already practicing law, but you don't know the answer to that, right?
That's correct. I do not.
At the beginning of the recorded interview, we see you reading a form that had what we are commonly known as the Miranda rights, correct?
The notice and a waiver of rights, correct.
You say, first you did the notice, right?
Correct.
And then there's a part that you refer to as the waiver, correct?
Correct.
Now, we've learned since then that that form that she signed has disappeared or is not located, correct?
That is correct.
But in any event, the whole time, we can see her at least signing some piece of paper. Is that right?
Yes.
And her lawyer was there when that was being done.
Yes, he was.
You were not offering Ms. Troconis any kind of promises at that point, right?
No.
You didn't offer immunity.
No.
You didn't offer some kind of proffer agreement, meaning where whatever she says would not be used against her.
I don't have the authority to do that, so no.
Well, if nobody gave you that authority in any event, right?
Correct.
You were in consult with Mr. Colangelo that evening, were you not?
Yes.
In that afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And this was a weekend, right? The second?
Saturday. This Saturday, the 1st, correct.
And at no time during the interview did Ms. Troconis say that she did not want to continue talking with you, did she?
No.
She kept going, right? That is, she kept talking to you, right?
This is the 232. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, she did.
Yeah, and until that interview completed and concluded that Saturday about 2.5 hours later, right?
Yes.
She told you on that first occasion that she had had nothing to eat since a slice of pizza before her arrest, right?
She didn't tell me that. I was unaware of that. She said that while I was out of the room.
She said it to Officer Detective Clabby.
Yes.
All right, so let's be clear. You were there, Detective Clabby was there, right?
I was not in the room, but I was in the building.
All right. Did Detective Clabby mention to you that she had had nothing to eat since before her arrest on the evening of June 1st?
He did not know.
You were also aware, because I think Detective Clabby says it in that first interview, that the night before that, she had been taken up to Litchfield for fingerprinting and things like that, right?
Yes.
You remember Detective Clabby saying the part about Dulos was glaring at her, sort of boring a hole through her. You remember he said that to her?
Yes.
Now you were, and I think he said, that is Detective Clabby said that during that time, Michelle had her head between her knees and wasn't even seeing what Dulos was doing, right?
Yes.
Is that why the two of you at that point expressed concern for her safety?
Part of it, yes.
As part of your technique in investigation, let me just be clear, in your training, are you allowed to feign concern if you wish? You know what I mean by that?
I do. Yes, thank you. Yes.
Are you allowed to lie to people who are being interrogated if they're adults?
Presented deception, yes.
And I think yesterday when you were asked a similar question by Mr. McGinnis, you said I think you used the term ruse. Is that correct?
Ruse?
A ruse. You can create a ruse, like a fake scenario.
I don't remember saying that, but.
You don't remember that?
I don't remember saying that.
Do you remember Mr. McGinnis asked you about, and I'll get to a more specific place, but he asked about whether you told Michelle something that wasn't true, but the goal would be to use some kind of a false statement to try and elicit a response.
Yes.
And you're allowed to do that, right? I mean, there's nothing, nobody's told you can't do that, right?
No.
At the beginning of that first interview, we hear Ms. Troconis asked you if you speak Spanish. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
And you had mentioned that that the rights were available in Spanish. Is that right?
That is correct.
Including the waiver of rights, correct?
Yes,
But
correct.
even though you don't have it, you had her sign the English version, correct?
She indicated she spoke English.
Well, my question is the side that you had her sign the English version or the Spanish version?
The side she signed was English.
Okay. And she did say she spoke English, right?
She did.
And you agree, though, there were certain words she didn't know at various points, as we just observed?
Yes.
And she also told you that, also right at the beginning, that there are some things she doesn't understand, right?
Yes.
And in fact, we see a few times where she can't come up with the word in English. She said things like, how do you say, or what's it called, things like that, right?
Yes.
But you were able to have a conversation with her, though, correct?
Yes. In English.
And I think at one point, didn't she say that she was in shock? Didn't she tell you that?
Yes.
And from your experience, even educated people can be in shock, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Educated people can be scared.
Yes.
And educated people can be under stress.
Yes.
And educated people can be confused.
Yes.
At the time you were questioning Ms. Troconis on June 2nd, you had a lot of information that she did not have, right? About the case.
Objection vague.
All right, about the case.
Objection vague.
Well, the question is somewhat.
I'll withdraw it, Judge.
Thank you.
All right. You had already been, by June 2nd, you had been to the Wells Lane house in New Canaan, right?
Yes.
You had consulted with the other New Canaan police officers who had been on the scene, right?
Yes.
There had already been some collection of evidence and photographs taken by evidentiary service personnel, correct?
Yes.
And that also had included photography and videos by the state police evidentiary services unit of the Western District Major Crime Squad, correct? Correct?
Yes.
And you were part of that unit. When I say the unit, I mean the
Western District.
squad.
Correct. Yes.
And by June 2nd, you also had obtained a number of videos from surveillance cameras, right?
A number, yes. Some.
And you had Mr. Dulos's cell phone, correct?
Yes.
It had been, in fact, seized from him when he went down to the New Canaan Police Department on May 25th. That is the next day, right?
Correct.
And you were aware, just because all these names are being bandied about, when Ms. Troconis referred to Jacob, that was one of his divorce lawyers, Jacob Pytranker, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Mr. Pytranker was with Mr. Dulos at the New Canaan Police Department on that May 25th, right?
Yes.
And then we've heard some other names like Gene. Were you familiar with an attorney named Eugene Riccio?
Yes.
And were you aware that Mr. Dulos had retained Mr. Riccio by then, as of June 2nd?
As of June 2nd. I don't know.
All right. You had heard the name Mike Rose mentioned multiple times in these videos. You were aware that attorney Mike Rose was the guardian for the children in the divorce case, right? Withdrawn. I think that's a mistake.
Yeah, that's me.
Yes, that's a mistake. That Mike Rose was in fact one of Mr. Dulos's divorce lawyers, correct?
I knew he was an attorney. I didn't know what type.
But you knew he was representing Mr. Dulos at that point, right?
I didn't know he was representing Mr. Dulos. I knew he had been in touch with Mike Rose, who was an attorney.
You had also interviewed a number of people connected to the Farber family, correct?
Yes.
So you had learned a lot, and you had talked to, or someone from your unit had talked to Lauren Almeida, the babysitter / nanny, right?
Yes,
You had garnered a lot of information about what kind of person Mr. Dulos was, at least seemed to be from those interviews, correct?
correct, yes.
And you conveyed a lot of that to Mr. Troconis on both the June 2nd and the June 6th interrogation dates, correct?
During our interviews, yes.
Now, when you said things such as that Dulos was a liar, he was a manipulator, he used people, were those just techniques to ruse, or were those things that those other individuals had actually said to you, and therefore you were sharing information that you had actually garnered?
Those were things that we had heard about Mr. Dulos. So that was actual information we were sharing.
You had learned that he at least appeared to be successful, right?
Yes, yes.
Living in a 15,000 square foot home, right?
10,000, yes.
But if you look online, it says 15,000 if you include the office and the finished lower
Just
level.
online, but that's all right. Whatever you say.
All right. In any event,
Large house.
At the time, you'd never been to that house, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did you go to that house?
Yes,
So you know it's pretty massive, right?
yes.
So I've already asked other people, so I don't need to go through with you, but you agreed it has something like 8 bedrooms,
Yeah, yes.
6 or more baths,
Sounds right, yes.
all tiled, chandeliers, the whole works, right?
Yes,
You brought up at one point in this, I'm just going to jump quickly to the second interview about the kind of finances, how Michelle's finances sort of interacted, if you will, with Fotis Dulos' finances. Do you remember those questions?
yes,
And in fact, Michelle said that except for a household credit card for buying food and stuff, she paid for her daughter in her own way, except maybe for certain plane tickets when they went on vacation. Isn't that what she said?
groceries and gas, I believe, is what she said she paid with that ticket, that credit card, but yes.
And you either confirmed that or found nothing to dispute that, right?
Correct.
Now, I want to ask you about something that was said at one point on June 2nd after the rights were read, and I'm going to ask Bob, if you go to minute 11, I think we have the monitors on, please. This is of the June 2nd interview. Oh, I don't know how to put it. Cool.
I know it's been a rough week, but they don't really understand or know about what we do. So
We've seen you at some of your worst moments. We can see the humanity in you, and we want people to know that it's there. There are probably people out there down there.
I saw it the other night, and you were having a hard time. Remember when we were doing the prints? I could see it, so you failed.
And we understand that you could be, I don't know what happened to you. I don't know if I was treating you, I don't know what happened to you, I told you. I know that in the last week, there's been a significant change in your lifestyle, and there may be a downward trajectory for you. So, you look shell-shocked in front of me yesterday, because you're saying you look like,
I'm shocked.
and you're shocked. Right. And that's understandable, we understand that.
All right. So she actually, you used the term shell-shocked, and she said she was in shock, right?
Yes.
And that just goes to, like I said, that was something that you might find a number of people, that's the reaction if they find themselves under arrest, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that for many people, being arrested is a shocking experience.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you had learned, besides the financial situation that Mr. Dulos was in, was that he surrounded himself by well-off and successful people, right?
We had heard that, yes.
And you talked to some of those people, didn't you? You had interviewed some of them, right?
Me personally, no, but yes, they were spoken to.
The other members of the unit.
Correct. State
No,
police.
because we've heard from many state police officials and officers and New Canaan police, there were a large number of detectives and officers assigned to this case, wasn't there? Especially in the earlier days.
That worked the case, yes.
Worked the case. Fair to say at least 50 to 100, if you count the uniformed patrol officers that were involved, the troopers?
Fair to say, yes.
And those people who knew Fotis Dulos that you talked to could not believe that he'd even be involved in this. Isn't that correct?
Just object, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
After the after you first met Michelle Troconis in the middle of the night, you saw her at the station when she went to, and then she was allowed to call the lawyer, right?
Yes, yes.
Then you said you went home because you were tired and needed some rest, right?
Yes.
But Michelle Troconis couldn't go home, could she?
No, she was in custody.
She was in custody and she was, at that point at least, denied bail, right?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterizes.
Well, because the court knows the legal procedure, the question denied bail is a mischaracterization.
All right, I'll rephrase. She was not allowed to post bail, was she?
Until arraignment, no.
I'm going to ask now, do you recall when you asked her to sort of convey what her day was like, to recount her day, that she then responded by using terms like what my normal day was? Remember that?
During the first interview?
Right.
During
And
this?
I'm going to ask Bob, if you go to, I think it's like minute 12. 1240, 12:40. Or make it 12:30, actually.
Usually I have an alarm set for 6:40 every day, but not Thursdays because Nicole goes to school on Thursdays. She gets in at 9 instead of 8. So from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and on Fridays, my alarm is always mine, and Nicole's alarm is always set at 6:40.
Okay, you live at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes.
Okay, with Fotis and with Nicole? Okay.
Yes.
And Nicole is 12?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
So my normal day, the alarm sounds, usually I'm in my room, she's in her room. She wakes up, she's very dependent, she wakes up, I hear the shower turning on. That day, I slept with her because on Thursday to Friday, it was raining, there was thunderstorms. So she called me at 12:59. When she's scared, and then have the phone next to my bed. She called me. I answered. She said, "I'm scared." And obviously, I mean, when she says that, I hang up and I go, I pick my phone and I go to her room. So I did that. So obviously I woke up and I was with her in her bed. And
So first of all, let me just break that down a bit.
Judge, just for the record, he paused it at 13:43.
Thank you.
That's fine. I didn't realize the screen would go off before the pause, but that's okay. Well, next time, if we leave it up just for the pause, it'll be easier for me to say that. Because I don't have my own screen, I'm sorry. So, a lot of what Ms. Troconis was telling you at this point had to do with her usual day, what she did on a regular basis, correct?
Yes, correct.
Often when she spoke, she used the present tense in her conversation with you. Isn't that right?
Yes.
That turned out to be true, even if she was talking about something in the past, correct?
Yes.
You understood that might have something to do with her not being a native English speaker, right?
Yes.
She told you that she got a call right before 1 a.m. from her 12-year-old daughter because she was scared about thunderstorms, right?
Yes.
And that it had been raining, right?
Yes.
You said in answers to Mr. McGinnis's questions yesterday that you checked on some app like Weather Underground or something, that there were no storms in that area. Isn't that right?
I checked on Weather Underground and timeanddate.com, and there was minimal precipitation. Not none, but only less than half an inch.
And that was at Brainerd Airport, isn't that right?
That was at Brainerd Airport, correct.
Right. I'm going to offer Defense Exhibit K. Yeah.
I have no objection to K.
And Defense K admitted as a full exhibit.
I just have a moment to use my yeah. Would you call up the map, please, that's on there? Now, do you recognize this from the Weather Service being the from the early morning hours of May 24th, 2019 at 12:56 a.m.? Could you zoom in a little on the center, please?
Judge, if I may, I just want to indicate, is Attorney Schoenhauer indicating this came from one of these sites, or is he indicating it came from Weather US, which is what it shows?
Yes, from weather.us.
Thank you.
All right. Do you recognize the area of blue and aqua in the center of the screen?
Yes, I do.
And what's the time indicated on this image?
It's cut off on my screen. It's down at the bottom.
If you look behind you, I think
okay.
you might be able to read it.
12:56 a.m. on May 24th, 2019.
All right. So is it at least conceivable, Officer Kimball, that the sources that you looked at were not actually looking at the Farmington, West Hartford area at that moment?
Yes, it's conceivable.
Okay. And I also just want to be clear, do you agree, if you look at this map, that this is the location where Fort Jefferson Crossing is? That blue area in the center there, it would include Fort Jefferson Crossing.
It doesn't include it. It's very close to. I'm not sure. I'm not that familiar with the road, so it's definitely either on top of or close to Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Then I have to ask you a different question. Now, as part of the investigation, and as we listen to the questioning, there's a lot of talk about the pond, the ski pond, right?
Yes.
And you're aware, so that everybody here is aware, that the ski pond was basically down the mountain. The house was on top of Avon Mountain, correct?
Yes.
And on both sides of Avon Mountain, there's roads that go up and up, but they're quite steep, correct?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if you've ever had to to cover that as a trooper, but you know that there have been very serious accidents going down the both sides of that mountain, right?
Yes, more than.
Including multiple fatalities, trucks running out of control, lots of injuries over the years, correct?
Yes.
So you were aware that the pond was sort of part of the Farmington River Valley, which was just below Avon Mountain, correct?
When you say just below, can you give me a cardinal southwest?
Sure. That if you wanted to get to that pond, there was only one road, by the way, to get from Avon to Farmington, one main road. That would be Route 4, correct?
4, okay. Yes.
So if you wanted to get to this pond, you either had to take Route 4 or you had to take Route 44, the Albany Avenue, right? Unless you take some back roads.
Yes.
And do you agree that the pond was located in the valley below Avon Mountain between Route 4 and Route 44?
Yes.
In fact, I don't know if,
Not
for
familiar.
people that are from down here, but it's very close to the private school, Avon Old Farm School. You're familiar with that
Yes.
facility?
Yes.
Private boarding school for boys.
Yes.
Okay, so it's close to there, right?
Yes.
And as part of your investigation, you knew that other officers spoke to the owner of the pond, a man by the name of Robert Haynes, correct?
Hutch Haynes, yes.
And Hutch was
Hutch was his nickname, yes.
And that you knew he owned the Avon storage lockers that we hear talked about in the videos, right?
Yes.
He also owned the area where the pond was, right?
That's correct, yes.
One of the things that was collected from Mr. Haynes was the surveillance cameras from the area, from his storage locker area and the pond area, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever review those videos?
I did not personally know.
All right, I'm going to ask that in the same exhibit, if we could play the video at, move it forward to about 12:45 a.m. Can you tell us what you observed?
It appears to be rain falling.
Severely heavy rain?
Yeah, yes.
If we could just move it forward 3 or 4 minutes so we don't have to watch this exciting video. Just 3 minutes, just maybe, no, before 1 though. Go back a little bit further, please, right there. So at 12:54, it's still raining quite hard, is that right?
Rain, I don't see any lightning, but yes, I do see rain.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. Chauvin, can you just indicate for the record what you played?
Yes, that is a section of the surveillance video from the Avon storage locker units on Old Farms Road in Avon, Connecticut.
And which exhibit number is that, please? Oh,
It's
a letter.
The same exhibit.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
When you said to Michelle point blank, we checked, there were no storms that night, were you trying to deceive her by saying that?
I believe I said there was very little precipitation, but no, it was not an attempt at deception. It was a bona fide belief of mine at the time.
But she was telling you that there was a storm and her daughter called her and she went up to her daughter's room, right?
Yes.
You're telling her that you didn't believe her when she told you that, right?
I told her that there was little to no precipitation. Yes.
In hindsight, was that accurate?
Not according to the video I just saw.
So as far as you know now, she was telling you the truth, right?
As far as I know, yes.
When we're talking about the beginning of that June 2nd, 2019 interview, and I don't want to play a lot of clips if we recall it. If not, then we'll play it. But you remember either you or Detective Clabby were telling Michelle that she, from what you knew, she was a good mom, right?
Yes.
And that the media had been tough on her, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that there was a lot of tabloid media with pictures of Michelle Troconis even before she was arrested?
I don't pay much attention to the media, but I'm aware that there was some coverage of it, yes.
It included her daughter too, didn't it?
I don't
Pictures
know.
of her daughter.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Well, the question really is, do you know whether it included pictures of her daughter?
Yeah.
No, I do not.
Between the by the way, when Michelle was telling you about her day of May 24th, one of the things she told you is that she took her daughter to school around 8:15, 8:20 in the morning. Is that right?
I think she left 7:30, 7:35.
But you confirmed the fact that she arrived at the school and brought her daughter there, right?
Yes.
Her daughter's school was maybe 15, 20 minutes away from Fort Jefferson Crossing, approximately.
Approximately, yes.
And that was something you were able to confirm.
Yes.
She also told you that she had returned a purse to Mr. Haynes that his wife had left at her house, right? That is,
Yes.
at the Dulos house.
Yes.
She told you that they were over for dinner that previous night, May 23rd, correct?
Yes.
And that's when Miss Haynes Erin Haynes forgot her purse, right?
Yes.
She told she got a text from Erin Haynes saying, you know, I left my purse there, right?
Yes.
And I believe we heard Michelle say she would bring it because it was on her way to the Stop and Shop, right?
Yes.
You confirmed the fact that she did that, correct?
Subject calls for hearsay, Judge.
Well, the question is, essentially, did you confirm that Michelle Troconis did a certain, or engaged in a certain activity? Did you verify that, as the court understands the question?
Yes.
Overruled.
I personally did not. I am unsure as to whether someone else specifically verified the Erin Haynes, but we know that she went to Stop and Shop.
Okay. And you confirmed that you actually verified that you obtained videos from the Stop and Shop store showing her going in, right?
Yes. Yes.
And shopping and paying for items at the cash register, right?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you checked out almost every angle you could in your investigation into the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos, whatever was available, right?
Yes.
You met again with Michelle Troconis, as you indicated, 4 days later. Is that right?
Yes.
And there, she was still staying, she said she was still staying at the Avon Residence Inn, right?
Yes.
And that's because she had been not allowed back into her house, right?
That's correct.
In fact, at the end of the second interview, you hear her ask, she needs clothes, she doesn't even have a pair of shoes that she can change into, right?
Yes,
Her daughter doesn't have any clothes for school, right?
yes,
And she was asking permission to be able to go get some clothes for herself and her daughter, right?
yes,
And I believe it was this, we can't see him, but the state's attorney, Richard Colangelo, was in the room at that time, wasn't he?
yes,
He's the one who said he gave the permission to do that. Is that right?
yes.
I'm not sure you were asked that specific question, but there was a man with glasses halfway through the June 6th interview who walked in. Was that Richard Colangelo himself?
Yes,
And he sat off screen to the left of the camera, is that right?
somewhere off to the left, yes, I'm not sure.
And we hear a female voice as well, but we don't see, that would be Officer Allison
Peters,
who was a detective at that time as well with the state police.
yes.
You did not speak with Michelle Troconis in between June 2nd and June 6th, did you?
I did
personally?
not. I did not know.
You continued to conduct investigations during that time?
Yes,
Continued to gather additional information?
yes,
Sent additional items to the state lab to be examined, is that right?
yes,
Talk to more people.
yes,
In the interim, the house for Jefferson Crossing was being searched, is that right?
Just object, Your Honor. Vague.
Well,
Between June 2nd and June 6th was the house being searched and the property being searched.
there was a search which was conducted on at least one of those days.
There were also dogs that were brought onto the canines to search the property as well, right?
Yes.
Those were not in conjunction with the evidentiary services unit, right? It's a different day, right?
Can you ask that a different way? I'm not sure I understand the
On
question.
June 3rd, the evidentiary services unit of the Western District Major Crime Squad was at Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
Yes.
They were there all day.
Yes,
On a different day, before June 6th, there were police dogs of the state police searching the property as well, right?
the canine unit searched. I'm unaware of exactly what day the canine, but the canine unit is separate from our van.
It was, however, done while the house remained under police control, correct?
Yes, correct.
Now, you were aware that, as she indicated in the video, that Michelle was staying at the hotel, right?
Yes.
She talks about her mom as well, right?
Yes.
Was her mom there when you were interviewing her on June 6th? Was she out in the hallway?
Her mother is seated in the hallway. Yes.
At one point when the door opens, we see a woman sitting in a waiting area. Was that Miss Troconis' mom?
I believe it was, yes.
Were you introduced to her as the mom?
I don't remember being so.
Okay. But there was another woman, a little bit older than Michelle Troconis, sitting in the waiting area.
Well navigated. Yes.
Now, at one point, we hear Mr. Bowman talk about how Ms. Troconis used her phone to pinpoint her whereabouts. Do you remember hearing him say that to you?
So pinpoint her whereabouts.
Go ahead.
My understanding was she referenced her phone to determine what she was doing around the general time of a phone call or of a text.
Okay.
So
well, that's
whereabouts as far as like physical whereabouts?
Oh, no, time frames.
Okay. Yes, I will agree with that.
All right. And she didn't have her phone on either June 2nd or June 6th, did she?
No, she did not.
The phone had been seized on May 31st, correct?
Yes.
By the state police.
Yes.
By the way, I just want to, before I move away from May 31st, to your knowledge, the first encounter that Michelle Troconis had with the state police was on that evening of May 31st, correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
And Detective Clabby was in Litchfield when Ms. Troconis was escorted up there, correct?
Yes.
She was not under arrest at that point, right?
Correct. She was
That was
not.
on the evening of May 31st, right?
Yes.
Ms. Troconis was up there because that's where the state police decided that they would do her fingerprints, right?
Correct.
They would take a DNA swab from her cheek, right?
Correct.
They'd also take, I think you referred to it as full body photographs. Is that right?
Yes.
That means she was required to take off all her clothes except for her thong underwear. Is that right?
And perhaps her brassiere, I'm not sure.
But everything else.
Down to underwear, yes.
All right. And then a female police officer was brought in to take those pictures, right?
That's correct, yes.
And those pictures were of all parts of her body except for what the thong underwear and bra covered, right?
Correct, yes.
On that first interview on June 2nd, there was a fair amount of discussion about the cars and the location where those cars were parked. Is that right?
Yes.
By the way, on that, you were shown yesterday and today the written documents, exhibits 74 and 75, and I just want to go over that with you for a minute. You did not have those documents on June 2nd, 2019, did you?
Correct, that is correct. We did not have
They were found in the house by the evidentiary services team and the van team, whatever the crime van team?
Crime van.
Okay, on June 3rd, right?
Yes.
On June 2nd, Michelle told you that she was listening in on a phone call when Jacob Pietranker was telling Fotis Dulos that he needed to create a timeline. Is that right?
For Wednesday the 22nd.
Yes. Right. Well, we'll get to that. I understand that it was then Mr. Dulos who, according to the video, told Michelle she also had to do one for Friday. That's what the video shows, right?
Correct.
But we're talking now about Wednesday. And that, according to the testimony and the video, was the first time that Michelle Troconis even found out that Fotis had been at his wife's home that Wednesday, the 22nd, right?
Yes.
In fact, she indicated she was a little annoyed about that he hid that from her.
Yes.
The document that you did have for, and I just want this clarified now, of the timeline was a photocopy that Michelle identified as being her document, right?
Yes.
The original, which you held up, which had the purple line on it, she said that was not her handwriting, correct?
That's correct.
She also told you that she did not prepare that document, correct?
That's correct.
She thought it looked like Fotis Dulos' handwriting. Right?
Yes.
But she hadn't seen it before.
Yes, that's correct.
There's also, I need some clarification. She told you that Fotis made a photocopy of her written timelines, correct?
Honestly, don't remember who she said made the copy.
Well, we can get to it, but if I show you I'd have to play it. I have a transcript, but if I indicate to you that she did say that it was Fotis made the photocopy, that doesn't conflict with what you believe. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Fair enough. It's not important enough to me to look for it right now and take up time. So in any event, after Michelle was taken up to Litchfield on May 31st, now it was in the evening, she was told she couldn't go home, right?
Correct.
That was still true, I think we just got to, was still true through June 6th, correct?
Correct.
Until Mr. Colangelo said the next day he gave permission, she can get some things out of it.
Correct.
When Ms. Troconis told you that she gave the original of the Exhibit 75 to her attorney, you didn't know if that was true at that moment, correct?
No, we didn't.
Until when Mr. Bowman said, yes, she gave it to me, and he sort of held something up as we see in the video, did you believe it then?
To clarify, I'm not sure what she gave Attorney Bowman was the same document that she had prepared and was then photocopied, which we found. She had prepared a timeline, which she had presented to Attorney Bowman.
Well, the two photocopies that were in Ms. Troconis' handwriting, one was a list of incoming and outgoing phone calls, right?
Yes.
In her handwriting.
She identified it as her handwriting.
And it appeared, I believe she said, but did it appear that she had needed to use her phone to document that item?
Yes.
At the time, did you know who was with her when she wrote it?
I'm sorry, can we get a time frame? I'm confused by the question. At the time.
Do you know when she was writing that document, who was with her when she wrote it?
I don't know when she wrote it, so I don't know who was with her at that time.
At one point, just so that we're clear, she did say in the video, in the second video, that Fotis told her to write down everything, correct?
Yes.
And didn't Attorney Bowman, in that first interview, say to you that Michelle relies on her phone for specific times? Isn't that what he said? By the way, if you knew a document was being prepared for a lawyer, you wouldn't take that document, would you?
No.
I was going to object, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Now, Mr. Bowman indicated to you, if you recall yesterday, that, I think he said that, I want you to understand this is not rehearsed. Any attorney would go over everything together. It's common for attorneys to go over everything in detail. Do you remember that being said yesterday? That you don't disagree with that statement, do you?
I'm going to object, Your Honor, relevance as to whether he disagrees.
Well, as far as relevance, the question is, do you disagree with the statement that essentially a competent attorney would try to review with his client a chronology? Well, really the objection really is foundation. Well, the court is going to sustain the objection.
By the way, could Michelle have stopped answering questions at any time?
Yes.
Could her lawyer, if the lawyer had said, we're stopping, we're not going any further, would you have then stopped asking questions?
Yes.
That never happened, did it?
Correct.
And she never asked to stop, did she?
Correct.
Even after, did Detective Clabby mention that at one point she said she felt dizzy?
Which interview are we talking?
In the first interview.
First interview. I don't remember that occasion.
By the way, at the time that Ms. Troconis was arrested and brought to the New Canaan police station at, what time was it? Approximately
12:50 a.m. is when I saw her.
12:50
for the
a.m.
first time on the second.
Mr. Dulos arrested at the same time, wasn't he?
Yes.
He was brought in a separate police car to the New Canaan Police Department, right?
Yes.
Was there some discussion about keeping her separate from Mr. Dulos? Was that at your suggestion?
I don't think it was at my suggestion.
When you told Ms. Troconis that Fotis Dulos had not cooperated with the New Canaan Police Department, she seemed surprised, didn't she?
Again, I'm sorry, the first interview we're talking?
Yes.
Yes, I believe she did.
She had indicated to you that Mr. Dulos had told her he went down with Jacob Pytranker to speak with the New Canaan police. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Were you at the New Canaan police station on May 25th when Mr. Dulos came in with his lawyer?
Yes, I was.
But you were not downstairs in the foyer when Mr. Dulos and Mr. Pytranker came in, right?
That's correct.
So you were not a witness to whatever the interaction was with the New Canaan police officers that were there, right?
Trooper Chris Allegro and Officer Tom Patton, but I was not a witness, no.
Okay. By the way, I just want to be clear, I'm going back a little bit here, but when Ms. Troconis asked you if you spoke Spanish, what was your answer?
No, but I don't know of any other attributes to my answer.
Did Detective
No, I
Clabby, to
don't.
your knowledge, speak Spanish?
Detective Clabby has a Spanish wife. I don't know if he speaks Spanish.
Would say like Hispanic wife, you mean? Is that what, you mean she's from Spain?
She
or
is,
from,
yes.
From Spain?
My apologies, yes.
Okay. And I also note, and I don't know if the jury knows it, but there were times when she answered in Spanish words. She would say, sí, bueno, pero, right?
Yes.
Do you know what any of those words mean?
Bueno is well. At least that's what it was translated to me. Sí, I believe, is yes.
How about pero?
Pero? I don't know pero.
I want to just ask you then some questions now about some of the, Judge, I was going to go into a different area. I don't know if this might be I could
A natural
squeeze out
stopping
another
point.
5 minutes, but.
Probably a natural stopping point.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will conclude today's proceeding. Please, as always, avoid any media coverage about the case and do not discuss with anyone any of the evidence in the case or anything about the case. We plan to resume on Monday morning at 10 o'clock. Have a safe weekend.
Rise, this honorable Superior Court is adjourned until Monday at 10 a.m.
All right, everyone, the trial has ended for today. at 4:40 Eastern time here, but I did want to thank everyone for hanging out with us all week and all day. If you were there for the 12:30 show as well, thank you. I also want to remind everyone at STS Nation that this Sunday, January 28th at 2 p.m. Eastern time, the Sarge will be live on YouTube. That's youtube.com/JosephJackalone, and he's interviewing Joel and Carm. And this will be probably a pretty fun interview since Joel doesn't get interviewed much. He's always the one doing the interviews. So it should be interesting to see Joel, Carm, and the Sarge. So definitely check it out. If that's too complicated, you can also go to our YouTube channel and go to the community members page. And regardless of whether you're a member or a subscriber or whatever, we put it in the public section where you can see the link for this very show. So again, this Sunday, 2 p.m., the Sarge will have Joel and Carm live on his show. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Happy weekend.